I was despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do his will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on his way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on his way. Will I find faith in thee? Christ is on his way. Come to the end of this confusion. Christ is on his way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on his way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on his way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on his way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on his way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep was lost in this world. To you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn them back to you.
Yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle wax get bloody. No one above me to please them, to choose me, to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly witchery. And you don't remember me, the whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, so they pierced my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard but for
everything I do is for the Lord. If I breathe, I breathe for Christ. If I die for Christ, no matter the price. Understand it, I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Fit for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahushua is not. And he prophesied when he was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost is Satan host post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on his way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on his way. Will I find faith in thee? Christ is on his way. Coming to end all this confusion. Christ is on his way. Establish eternal righteous rule. Christ is on his way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on his way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on his way. The sins of many. Christ is on his way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on his way. Are you ready for me? Christ is on his way. Ain't gonna take this no more. Christ is on his way. Come out in the circle. Christ is on his way. Ain't gonna take this no more. Christ is on his way. Ain't gonna take this no more. Welcome, 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 welcome to the village. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. You could have been any place on the planet Earth, but you chose to be here tonight. Well, is it typically not? Is it really tonight? This morning. Thank you for being here. I know I pushed it back. I apologize, but had some stuff going on, so I had to push it back. So I mean, typically we go on to like 5 o'clock in the morning anyway. So we here. Oh, let me throw the link. How you guys doing, man? I won't go through the, well, I will do it, but I won't take as long. I won't. So here it goes. Hold on. Let me pin this to the top. All right. So let's run through it quick fast. We have no more be the change. It takes a village. Visitation rights are for father, not inmates. We have the AAA, acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. We then move into the mirror, your reflection, introspection. I know you guys know it, man. I'm sorry. Then we move to the truth the truth is too heavy for the weak, which is the truth. See how I threw that in there? Then we move to we need vision, not sight. Then we move to stop being emotional animals and start being spiritual creatures. And when that being said, thank you. You know, we got to hear my man. Where's my man at?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Wear glasses and their eyes start to hurt after a while when they wear the glasses too long. My eyes start to hurt. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. We are here on the 17th, Testimony Friday. Thank you guys for being here. You could have been any other place. I know I'm repeating myself, but so what? I can do that. But let's talk about what we've been talking about for the last couple of days. About people suffering in silence. I wish Lyric was here because she can talk to us a little bit about, the mental depression and mental illness. What signs to look for. I know we went through this a long time ago, but I wish she would just pop up. I wish she was here. I wish she could hear, she can hear our voice and come up and tell us, you know what, because what I really wanted us to look at is children, what signs to look for with children. I remember one sign she gave us. Well, there was two. And the two signs were, one, typically you know how your child take care of their closet. No, there's three. Let's say if they start cleaning out the closet or closet to leave one side of the closet with nothing in it. Yes, we are live, butterfly, that they might self-delete by hanging. And I know I'm jacking up these things to look for, but the next is if your kids or child is giving away their prized possession, right? Things that you know that they love, things that you know that they hold dear, near and dear to their heart. When they just start giving these things away, saying bye to everybody, that's another sign to look for. And the last sign that I remember her telling us in the village was if you go into your children's room or child's room and all the pictures are facing away, like they're turned around, that's not a good sign. All of these three that I've given you, they're not good signs. So I know there's a whole lot more, and she could break it down better than I could. You know, my expertise is limited here in this space, you know, but let me take that back. Um, it's a little. She writes teddy bears adults. Can you hit the link, please? Can you hit the link? I know you see it. What's Google? Can you hit the link? And I mean, you know, no, seriously, please hit the link because even if we're not on this long, because you know people probably went out, went to sleep, or whatever, because we're starting so late, I would at least like to get this out before we sign off, so people can't say Bowler wasn't here at Testimony Friday. We was here, you wasn't here. So could you please hit the link for the kids? Do it for the children's. Do it for the children. Do it for the children. Do it for the kids. Do it for the kids. I'm gonna put on the music. No children. There are children up this late. I'm gonna play the music, the elevator music, and hopefully you hit the link before the elevator music ends. Here we go. Welcome. Hey, Miss Lyric, how are you doing? You're on mute.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine.
Well, first we have to greet you.
Bang, 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 bang.
How's your day been?
It's been fine.
Okay. Did you wish the kid a happy birthday?
Who's the kid?
Did you wish the homie happy birthday?
Who's the homie?
Did you wish the solid dude happy birthday?
Who's the solid dude?
Did you wish the cat beyond cats happy birthday?
Who's the cat beyond cats?
Did you wish the dog beyond dogs happy birthday?
Who's the dog beyond dogs?
Did you wish the G
What game
behind
are we
G?
playing?
I'm just asking a question. Did you wish the G beyond G's happy birthday?
I don't know who none of these people are.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm. What?
That's crazy that you don't know who we're talking about.
I don't.
That's crazy.
Whose birthday is on the 17th?
There's nobody's birthday on the 17th. It was this guy's
Today's the
birthday.
17th.
It was a guy's birthday on the 16th.
It was a guy's birthday on this. Let me go into my files
Look at your files.
to see whose birthday it is.
God, go. Please go.
Oh, so it's your birthday?
Huh?
Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. It's not your birthday anymore.
Fred's birthday. We officially have to sing happy birthday to Fred. Today's Fred's birthday.
You just made that up.
I didn't.
You did.
Butterfly,
When I was
butterfly
writing
reminded,
birthdays down, when I
butterfly
was writing.
reminded me. She reminded me. You want to see it right here? She knows today's Fred's birthday.
Okay.
So let's all sing happy birthday. Ready? One, two, three. Happy. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna sing with me?
I refuse.
Happy birthday to Fred. Happy birthday to Fred. This is the noise that they make for their birthday. Happy birthday, Fred. All right, Butterfly, thank you for reminding me that today's Fred's birthday. Um, we're talking about, ever since hey and they, Twitch, Steven Twitch, I forget his last name. Bond, I believe it is. Could be wrong.
Boss.
Boss. Thank you. Um, Uncle Stu did a great show on covering it. Um, so I wanted to talk about some of the uh what's the word? My mind is sleepy. Some of the what's the word I'm looking for? Some of the things to look for. What's the word?
Signs.
There you go. There you go. Some of the signs to look for. So let's start with children, right? From the ages of, let's say, well, just children. What I gave three
I
signs.
think that, I mean, for me right now in this era, that we're in this age, yes, we can go to, the signs of children and adults as they've been put into books and fit into these boxes, but nowadays I would, we can go to the clinical signs, the clinical diagnoses of sadness and what it looks like, and as we you progress into today's age, and sadness, even happiness doesn't fit into these clinical forms anymore, and things don't fit into these check boxes. They don't fit into check boxes anymore. You can't just check off and say, okay, someone is isolating, someone is wearing oversized sweatshirts, and it's 100 degrees outside, and they're wearing these heavy clothing, and their outfits don't match the weather, or their makeup is darker, or people aren't fitting in these boxes anymore. We look at someone like Twitch and we see him online with his family, and they're dancing and they're smiling and they're playing, and I know that we only get these small clips of happiness, and we can look like anything in front of the camera, but here you have this 40-year-old man that seems to be successful, seems to be happy, but melting on on the inside. So, how do you fit that into a box? How do you ask somebody, to pay attention to that? Because even though we know that behind closed doors, things could have been different or things could have not been different. There's so many people now that their spouses, their friends, everyone around them they're truly left confused because you have some people that have been given this clinical diagnosis of yes, you're a depressant, or you have manic depression, or you're bipolar, or schizophrenia, whatever you want to say, and they show you that they're battling mentally with themselves. And then you have these people that they're strong, and no one will whatever people define strong as, they're able to cope with life, they're able to get through things happen to them, and they bounce right back. And then these are the people that we have that are taking themselves out of this life because they're like, I don't have the strength to do it anymore. So I can tell you, signs and things to look for, but what I can't tell you to look for is that person that seems to have it all together, and they're rolling with the punches of life, and they're doing what they're doing what everybody thinks is a good way to live, and they're living that life, and they're the ones that are dying on the inside to the point where they're like, I'm not going to do this anymore. And so I think the biggest thing is, and the biggest thing that I want to do right now, instead of, we could still get into the signs, but the biggest thing I want to say is we definitely need, prayer. I think the people that, truly understand, who God is and how He works, we need to be praying constantly for everyone. I think sometimes as believers, we fall into, praying these selfish prayers, and we're praying for our immediate families, and we're praying for, friends, and we're praying for our own things, that we forget that, there's a depression demon attacking, there's an anxiety demon attacking, there's a confusion demon attacking, and they're constantly lurking, and they've got strongholds on people, and they're tearing apart, so many families, and they're snatching so many lives off this earth because Satan's out to win. He wants more souls, than God. And I hate to bring it to that, because I know that's not what you asked me, but that that is just where my heart is, because I do think that Twitch was a strong individual, and he didn't, I don't think that he showed his wife, signs of, this is where my story is going to end. And now that it has come to this, I feel like there's a lot, there's so many people that are going to run to the internet to diagnose, I mean, yes, to prescribe. Everybody wants to, say, well, must have been what's going on, and that must have been what's going on. And really, I just feel like prayer should have been going on, and it should be a constant. I hate that we get to, wanting to prevent things after something tragic has already happened, and prevention should start way before. So sorry for that, but
No, no, no. I agree with you. You know, having a strong prayer life can deter a whole bunch of demons, spirits, um, poltergeists, whatever, you know, um, spirits will try to attach themselves to you and or your family. Um, so that's definitely, I think, paramount. I think that's the most important thing is prayer, that intimate relationship with the Father that we talk about all the time here. Again, you made a very valid point about these selfish prayers that we have, right? Um, and I think we need to look in the mirror again. It's very important because, you know, it's not about just you and your family. right? It's about the Lord's chosen people. It's about the Lord's people. And we shouldn't make this prayer just about myself, my family, immediate friends that we might have. Um, so I agree 100%. However, what I am going to ask you is, uh, well, first, before I ask you, I do agree that we can't put everyone in a box because, again, like you said, Satan is not coming in knocking down the door. It's a whisper now. So, um, the typical person that you would put in that box of depression or mental illness,
They
it's
just don't look like
changing.
that.
They don't look like
Yeah,
that.
they don't look like that anymore. I mean, and I'm so sorry to cut you off,
No,
but
no, you're
I'll
good.
speak to, just immediate now. There's several, runs that I've been on, and you have young people that are at the top of their class. Everything seems to be going right, family life seems to be good, and we're digging for stuff, especially when it comes to the females. Were they pregnant, did they just go through a breakup, like nothing can be found. Nothing can be found. And it's like, what happened? And oh my God, I'm gonna bring myself to tears. But it's like, you want to know, like, what happened, and it's some whisper that I'm sorry to say it like this, but it's a whisper that we didn't that people didn't give, that people didn't give, a spirit gave. Because if you have this young person that, again, at the top of their class, their parents are like, oh, we had great conversations all the time, when they went to, bed, it was kisses and hugs good night. We did movies, everything seemed the same. And then I go to wake my baby up in the morning and they're gone. I find them dead. Oh, sorry. I find that they've taken themselves, off this earth. And it's just like, so as an investigator, I'm stuck with, thinking, that clinical mindset of, something had to happen because, usually it's a traumatic event, or a series of traumatic events, or a series of just not feeling worthy, or a series of, just going through things with friends or family or some. So when you don't have that, then then where do you go? What is the next answer? And so for a believer, myself, I know what the answer is. And we have, and it's crazy because you never know what has been inserted in your child, especially when they have so much access to the television, when they have so much access to YouTube, when they have so much access to just the phone, period. It takes, a few seconds. Our we Schools are programming our children, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, every site that you can name are programming our children to have these small snapshots of things, and most of the snapshots that they're getting now are replays of things that, is not going to amount to saving them their souls or bringing them closer to God, but it is catering to their anxiety, it's catering to their depression, it's catering to you're not good enough, it's catering to all these fantastical thoughts of, this is what you have to look like, this is what you have to be, this is who you have to portray. And none of them are the portray, those shots of, being humble, and having this prayer life, and having an attitude of servitude, because that's what, a Christian looks like. Everything is, boastful and bold, and beautiful, all these things that aren't going to do anything for you if you're not, if your soul isn't together. You're not going to be able to take this beautifully painted face to heaven, or you're not taking this hair that you learned how to install perfectly to heaven, or these fancy clothes or these fancy shoes, or none of this is not what he's looking for. But this is constant, this is what the world is constantly instilling inside of them. And then when they go to school, they're not learning any different, they're learning the same thing, because we have to remember that schools, when they first put schools together and started sending children to school, schools weren't just, oh, let me put this kid with knowledge. Schools was training children on how to become factory workers, because factories were being built, and they were like, well, the way we can program children to know how to follow directions and work the way they're supposed to run these factories, they started training them in school. So,
I mean, I don't disagree with you. You're absolutely right. You know, there are some fights that are meant for the father to fight. You know, I mean, I think you mentioned a few. As far as those that we can't see, we don't know what's going on behind these, young men and young women's eyes, in their head. We don't know what spirits are attacking them. And this is why prayer is so important. Big Ant in the building. That's why it's so important. Prayer, protection of the youngins, and protection of our children, not just ours specifically. Um, this thing, it's getting more complicated and more complicated. And correct me what I mean by that. Correct me if I'm wrong. What I mean by complicated is, like you said, that we have textbook definitions of what we should look for when it comes to depression and mental illness and things of that nature, right? Um, we have that. Uh, hold on one second. So we have textbook of what that looks like. But young parents that are coming up today, you know, there is so much that they need to take in this world that we're growing up in now, right? This world that we're growing up in now, these kids are attacked on so many different fronts. You know, I would just like to know if you could just give a few. I know I'm bringing us back. Just a few things to look for. And again, I know that a lot of nowadays now there's some of this depression you can't see, right? You can't see. But I'm talking about something, something that they can see. You understand what I'm asking?
I
I
think
know
your question, I do think your question is wrong. I mean, you're saying don't give clinical examples, but give clinical examples. So I will give them, because you're asking for them.
no, what I meant was
What I also will say with that is, I think as I think as young, I think as, parents nowadays, before I give these signs that you should look for, I want to, say to the parents that the biggest thing that you guys, that we as a society, when we're raising children, and even when we're in relationships, and I'm talking about friendships, I'm talking about with spouses and everybody, we need to learn how to communicate. I think that communication has been lost for so long. People have gotten to the point where if you're not giving them praises, it is hard for them to stand in a conversation with you. And we're not really taught, especially in our community, we're not really taught, how to communicate and walk through feelings, and now it hurts me. Like, it hurts me so much because, as I listen to different panels, at times when I can stand to listen to them, but as I listen to different panels and as I listen to people talk, everybody wants to go into this thing where they're like, it's not about feelings, it's not about emotions. And it's just like, it breaks my heart because that's literally how you're wired. Like, when God put you together, he literally wired you, to be emotional, because that's how you're going to connect with him. Like, you are wired like that, because that's how that relationship with him is going to start. And it really just throws me off, all these conversations. And then also this love that everybody is looking for, this dependence on, a spouse that's going to be able to indulge and give you what you need and fill every void that you think you're missing, and just be that right hand to you when you're down. Where do you think that's going to, like, come from? How do you think you're going to connect with that person if it's not an emotional connection? Do you think that you're going to be able to just be this robot that feels nothing, and then all of a sudden when you see the one, you're like, up, turn on emotions? Like, that's just not how that works. That's not how that works. So I definitely want to say communication is good. There's going to be conversations that are not going to be comfortable, and no one's perfect. So you're going to hear sometimes, that you're not doing something right, but that's okay, because nobody's perfect. And getting that corrective criticism is good, because it's only going to make you better. It's only going to make you stronger. And when a child is coming to you and they want to tell you something, don't be so quick to say, be quiet, go sit down, go over there. Grown-ups are talking. Just take the time to kind of listen. So if we're looking for clinical things that our children are going through and we're not paying attention, isolation is the biggest one. Teenagers, preteens, they all get to a point where, they are trying to define themselves. They're all trying to discover, like, who they are, and they will start staying in their rooms more. They will start isolating themselves from the family more. But this looks different than the isolation of a child that's really thinking about, am I worthy of being here? Are people paying attention to me? Am I loved? This looks very different than a teenager trying to, just figure out, life, and they're just kind of cruising through, and they need their space a little bit. Um, our children are inducted with a whole bunch of hormones at once, and sometimes the brain can't the chemicals in their brain, they don't balance as fast as they should. And a lot of the times when they don't balance as fast as they should, a child does begin to worry a lot, and depression and sadness kind of comes into that balance, kind of takes place. Um and 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 things balance out, and they begin to realize that everything that they think is bad, it isn't that bad at all. But during the time that they're going through this, they're very emotional. Teenagers are very emotional, so that's why a lot of the times with teenagers, you'll get a whole bunch of, you'll get these outbursts, and you'll get them just not really understanding what you're talking about or what you're going through, because their world is just on fire right now, because their body is raging with all these hormones, and their brain just is like, "Ah, I'm on overload here. I'm trying to keep this little human together," and they're not doing a very good job balancing. So communicating is really key. So if your child is isolating to the point where they never want to interact with their family, there's something going on there that you need to talk that you do need to step in and talk to them. um If you notice a change in their mood to where they don't have a lot of conversation, they're kind of giving you one word answers or maybe two-word answers, and you're trying to figure out, like, give me some more here, what's going on. That is a big concern. If you know that your child had a huge vocabulary, and that vocabulary has shrunk, or they're just not trying to find out if they're just not communicating with you, or if it's just a mass. Sometimes they'll do it uh, massively, and they'll stop communicating with everybody, teachers, friends. And so if it's just you, parents I mean children go through things with parents where they're like, I'm just kind of cut you off, shut you out of my world because I'm growing up and you just don't understand me. So if that's the case, then you guys can work on that. But if their teachers are saying, oh, they've gotten quiet, or if you don't see their friends that they used to hang out with anymore, then that's a huge, that's a problem. You do want to look for, self-harm wounds, and those are going to be on the arms, the upper part of the legs, a lot of the times on the belly, because these are places that, believe it or not, they can hide. And these are places also that kind of bleed more, and bleeding to them is a release of stress and a release of things that they're going through. So you'll see small little just cuts, just in those areas. So the forearm, the upper part of the leg, so the thighs, and in the stomach area. Sometimes they'll cut their chest, but it's mostly arms, upper thighs, and belly. Yes, you always want to pay attention to, like, their closet. That is a huge sign. Just if they're like clearing out space in their closet. Sometimes, a lot of the times now, a lot of teenagers likes to redo their room, and their closet space becomes like their hiding space, and that's kind of been a thing for a couple of years. But this is different. They're not really using it for a hiding space anymore. Like, they're doing things in there that you just kind of want to just jump in there and just start asking a whole lot of questions about, like, just what's going on. And just keep a close eye on things when it comes to that. If you ever walk in your child's room and they have teddy bears, and you notice that the teddy bears are like facing the wall, or dolls are facing the wall, and everybody's just got their back turned towards your child's bed, you might want to start asking a lot of questions. Just jump right in there and start asking questions, and try to understand them where they are. I think the biggest mistake that we make as parents is we immediately start telling them, what not to do when it comes to that, and trying to, instead of trying to understand their feelings, because we want to save them. And that's normal. That's natural. I'm not telling you that that's not natural. But the biggest thing is to try to get them professional help. And especially, you want to try to talk to them and get comfortable with them enough with that conversation to find out if they have a plan. Because the biggest thing is, if they can give you a plan, then you need to get them help, and get them help immediately. And a lot of the times they want to talk to you, and in talking to you, they will divulge to you, like, if they have a plan, if something is going on, if they've tried before, just things of that nature. So I don't know if that's what you wanted.
Okay. Nah, that was awesome. Yes, that is. I have a question, and this is for the parents. Um, I remember you saying, I want you to elaborate a little bit. A while back, saying to the parents to, and I may be using the wrong word, so correct me if I'm wrong. Be busybodies, meaning, go look into your kid's room, get involved, at least, but it shouldn't be too private. Can you elaborate? Do you remember that conversation that we had way back
Yeah,
then?
I mean, I definitely think. I remember the conversation. I do think that, when it comes to that, we do want to give our kids privacy. We want to give our children privacy. When it comes to things like that, you want to invade their space. You want to invade their space. Because the isolation that the space that they're trying to create between you, they don't want it. They want it, but they don't want it. I know that sounds absolutely crazy, but you do want to just try to figure out as much as you can, even if you're the villain, because sometimes when they're going through things and they're stuck in this emotional hard spot, we're the villains, we're the monsters, but you want to try to figure out why and what's going on. You want to get your hands on, journals. You want to get your hands on anything, any and everything you can. I will say that right now there is a trend going out. There's a trend going around right now. Um, there is a trend going around right now, and it's just hard for me to say. It's hard for me to talk about it right now. I have to breathe, because it's taken very young people away from us, and
Take your time. Take your time. Please take
and
your time.
they are taking a lot of Benadryl, because if you take a lot of Benadryl, it makes you hallucinate. And and there's a lot of parents right now that is just finding massive, like boxes and boxes of Benadryl, under their kids' beds, in their closets, under their pillows. I don't even know how these kids are getting a hold of all this Benadryl. Um, So you want to invade their space because they're doing a lot of things with their friends that they think is cool, and it's not really cool, and it's the craziest things. It's the craziest things. And I know that they're seeing this stuff online, and I mean, we know as adults, Benadryl is strong. It's strong for adults. It's strong for me. I can't stand Benadryl. Um, but you want to invade their space. You want to, when it comes to things like that, if you think that something's going on, don't pace in front of their door and not allow yourself entry in. Go in, because when it really really comes down to it, and that first intrusion, they'll know, I do have somebody I could go to, I do have somebody I could talk to, I do have an outlet. And allow yourself to be present, because what I was going to say earlier too is we get so caught up as parents that we become so busy ourselves that we think that they got it together. We say, oh, I put you in this good house, and I'm doing all these, buying you all these things, you have a good life, you have more than I had, I'm doing all this stuff for you, you're fine. And they didn't ask for that stuff. They didn't even ask. Some of it they did ask for. I know people are like, yes, they do. They ask for, they ask for everything. And yes, they're children, but we brought them here. More than anything, they want us. And you do, as parents, we do have to be available. And I know, a lot of us were just like, hey, I'm taking care of them, I'm gonna do this, and they can't, they can't question me, I'm the parent. You have to be present, and you have to be available, and you have to be there, for your
Uh,
children.
Let me ask you this: what if they like? What would be like? What if they give you pushback on you invading their space?
I mean, explain pushback.
Like, why are you in my room? This is my space. Why are you reading my diary? This is my personal space. This is for me. This is my thoughts. Why are you in here reading my diary and looking around in my room when I'm not here? how do you convey to
Right.
them that you're doing
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't do it when they're not. I mean, if it's gotten that bad where you say that you have to do this when they're not there, hey, you know, do it and present them with all the evidence and let them be angry. Let them be angry with you. Let them yell, and then you draw the conversation back in and say, this is why. You don't be afraid to tell them the truth. I'm afraid that you're going to do this. I'm afraid that this is where your thoughts are, and I don't know. So I need you to give me these answers. And then that's when the anger is going to come out, the tears are going to come out, and then guess what's coming next? Go ahead, guess what's coming next. Yep, it's your guess.
the conversation? The conversation?
The truth. Hey, mom, I've been feeling this way. Hey, dad, I've been feeling this way. But they have to get there. They have to know that they could get there. And if I gotta drag it out of you, if I gotta confront you with all the ugly before we get to the pretty, then let's do it. Because if you drop to the floor, I'm dropping to the floor with you. The only thing that I won't do with you is take it into a scream, because I don't want you to think I'm angry to where you got to run out the door. No, I'm gonna stand here patiently, and I'm still gonna tell you that I think this is where you're going, and I don't want you to go there. Because even though you don't like me right now, and even though you're upset with me right now, I don't see my life without you. Because every time I go and I clock into my job, or every time I go away from you, or every time I go to the store, I'm going there to do this for you. Now, can you continue to give me you? Because children, yes, they're going to get mad. They're little humans. But we have the ability to reason. We have the ability to calm. And mothers, we are natural nurturers. So nurture.
Hmm. I don't know if Dante or Miss Phoenix got any questions. Today we're talking about, what we can look for, most of all, focusing on prayer. Um, maybe you might
You know
know
what? If
someone
it
that's
wasn't for
going through
prayer,
some type of mental
uh,
illness. Hold on, Phoenix. Maybe you might know someone, or you yourself is going through something. So we have lyric here. Um, so let's ask her the questions. Go ahead, Phoenix.
if it wasn't for this platform, I probably wouldn't have been here during the altercation that I had on a YouTube live earlier this year. Well, in the summertime. I will say that I c- my situation kind of contradicts what's in the clinical textbook. The way that I see it, when I saw Robin Williams' last video before self deletion with him, he's always see. I knew Robin Williams during the Mork and Mindy days, and what I'm saying, some of the stuff really wasn't funny, but a lot of it was, and I always saw him as that person who always made somebody laugh. And a lot of times it's not a quiet situation. The person who saying they may be the loudest person, they may be the one that need the most help. With me, even my kids was like, well, mom, you're always happy. You're this, you're that. And everybody's like, but you always, so you're the backbone for everybody. Okay, a lot of times I didn't want to be the backbone. It's just that I wouldn't let that person, him or her, fall down. And everybody has, so everybody gets tired. With me, so with Lyric, all of the things she said was correct. I started cutting the back of my feet. Very painful. You can't get, and I was like, well, I'm a nice lady. I don't want anybody to see my arms. I don't want anybody to see my wrists. So I went somewhere else. And it's a slow healing process. When you do it and it doesn't work, you stop. Even when you, Bolo, talk to me and everything, and I'm crying and crying and crying and saying, so I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. And, you get the people who may think it's okay to badger, you may have the people who listen. And so for me, I considered it a pinball game. I was stuck in a slot. And when it was time for me to bounce away, I bounced away. And I remember saying, I'm not going to take y'all's prayers in vain. I'm not going to take, saying the Lord being crucified. I'm not going to take that in vain. I'm not going to do it. And the minute I got off, I'm like, okay, now I can do it. It's a luck thing. And I'm going to use the word luck because I'm still dealing with that now. The Twitch situation had demons that I thought were hidden. And they was like, okay, well, he did it. How come you can't do it? So I thought my significant other has been in my head. It's like, Sophia, that's his story, right? That's not your story. That's not your story. Come on, come on, come on. And even this evening, it was just like a lot of tears. And he was like, it's hard for me, but I'm going to be there for you. And I was like, you know what? That was me. At one point in time, I got tired, but I still stayed there. And I was like, I can't keep doing it. It's like the record players back in the day when it bumped the edge and you had to pick up the needle and bring it back to the front. And I said to myself, God, help me. I was like, I'm crying. You have me here for a reason. This isn't the reason. I pray to you every day. I repent every day. I do my daily duties. My daily duty is praying, repenting, and asking God to rebuke. Some people, they so, they're comfortable with, so I rebuke. I'm not that person who's going to think about self-deletion and then think I can turn around and ante up with, saying these demons and these lesser thans. So I put it in God's hand. I have to thank you all for having this show because I have to, even though I read the Bible, I need to go from here to there and there to here as a refresher course for somebody to put something in my soul. Because, even though God knows me, those demons do too. And you need that when you're broken down. It's not a light switch. You can't cut it on and can't cut it off. My kids, they think that I'm okay. And they was like, well, mama, saying, well, come on. And I'm glad they don't understand what I'm going through. It's hard. It's hard, but the majority of the people are going to not be the quiet ones. They're going to be like how I was. Yeah, I'm a rock to a degree, but rocks crumble. And yeah, I had, saying this and that, but you have to listen to my story too. I had a mom that kept badgering lesser than in my head. And I never taped that wound. Like lyrics said, I healed, but it was a broken bone that was north, south, east, and west. And just because a person's smiling, you don't know how many broken bones they have. If you don't heal correctly, you're going to be a Sophia or a Robin Williams or a Twitch. We're here. We're not hiding. It's just that we're not telling either. You don't want to. If you a backbone, this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to say, I'm hurting. My spirit's broke. This and this, that and that. You the ones that's making the whole meal and somebody else always bringing the Pepsi or the dinner rolls. Some of y'all got to know what I'm talking about. It's hard. Still to this day, but I'm glad I had that foundation, Bolo. Thank you so much. And I needed that. I needed that around me to where when I fall down, where that sand was, and my house ain't on that sturdy foundation, I can climb up. I can't tell you how many times I done climbed up on Lyric or on Shay or on Anthony or on Sweat Bread. Like I said, y'all seasoning. Some people need it. You don't think your input mean diddly swiddly. Some folks actually need it.
Well, let me
I'm
say
not
this,
gonna
and then I'll
hide
let.
in the chat. I need you so much. I'm gonna turn around and always reach for y'all.
Let me say this to you, and then I'll let Lyric jump in because I know she wanted to say something. And the only reason why I'm saying something is pertaining to what you said, pertaining to me. In luck, um, you got to get that out your vocabulary. There is no such thing as luck. The father is a tactician at what he does, and he's very proficient at what he does. And again, like I said, it's not until we've gone through something that we totally understand it. Again, that night, I typically ain't up at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I am, but I'm not. That makes sense. Typically not up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Pushing 4. I'm not up that time. So when I tuned in and saw what was going on, that's why I kicked in. This is the father. The father allowed me to stay up. The father allowed me to just be channel surfing. It has nothing to do with luck. In my mind, I'm just channel surfing. You know, I'm just channel surfing, and then we bump into each other. So it has everything to do with, again, like I said, Lyric has mentioned this a lot of the times before. We see things in snapshots, and it's about getting the whole picture, right? The whole panoramic view to take it all in. It's not until after everything is done I can say, listen, it was meant for me to be up. Had nothing to do with luck. It had everything to do with the Father. Everything to do with it. So I'll leave it in Lyric's hands because I know I interrupted her. Go ahead, Lyric. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You guys are having a great conversation. I think that we haven't let Dante speak, so
Oh,
I've spoken enough, so I'll be quiet.
Big Dante.
Yo,
That's a good picture, baby. I know you probably took that picture 3 different times to make sure you got it right.
no, this one time. This one time.
But you got that serious face on, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm serious but sensitive. So
I did that when I took my when I got my CDL license.
okay. So talk to us, baby. What you want to add to the conversation?
I just want to say this, and I'm gonna keep it short and sweet. Um, I'm sitting in my truck, right? I've been doing a lot of soul searching. You understand me? Me and Bolo, we've been talking, and I just jumped on Facebook, right? And I seen a video of a grown man. I'm talking about Cotton Daisy, and his father jumped out the truck, and the title was "Happy Birthday, My Husband," right? And the father jumped out the truck. The son is sitting there thugged out, gangster, and that man broke down in tears. I'm talking about just broke down crying like turned into a boy. And he just hugged his father and he wouldn't let him go. He wouldn't let him go. He just swolls him like an MMA fighter want to slam somebody. He just swolls him and just cried. and I began to cry. I began to cry. And I'm looking at the video, and like I said before, I'll send it to you, Bolo. I'll
All right.
send it to you so you can see it.
Okay.
You can share that. It might help your video. But his daughter jumped in the video and grabbed both of them and began to cry. And just held both of their legs. Little baby, she couldn't be no more than 3, 4. And I screen recorded it, and I tried to put it on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Because it touched me like to the point where I cried. Like I got my red lights on in my truck. Because I'm in my mode. So I felt it. So it's like I tried to screen record it and put it on Facebook, but Facebook won't let me. And my intentions was to send it to my father's wife. Snow Gilbert. And so she can send that message to my father. And the caption, was a man will break down to a boy in the eyes of his father when he desires his father, the love and affection of his father. Live the sins of his father, but forgive his father. Tell my father, and I hope he's enlightened about the son, because he is a father, and I'm his son. And I couldn't do it because the copyright strikes and all that. So I got into a rage, man. I got, no. I get angry. I get mad. It's like King David. You know what I'm saying? When you looking up, talking that talk, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel some type of way because I desire that with my father. I desire that. And it's like I can't get that. Like I once upon a time I desired it with my mother. I can't get that. And me and Bolo talk. He like, you know, you got to figure out the root of your issue. It's my parents. It's distinct, but it's connected to what lyrics is saying about the parents. You understand me? My pain comes from my parents. I hate to hear, "Oh, you look like your mama." You understand me? You talk like your father. You look like your grandfather. Because I despise all that, but that's not the point. The point is, I just had to get this off my chest. Because, like I said before, you know, uh, my picture say blessed. I'm sitting in my truck. This is my truck. Like, this is not no company truck. And I don't think I deserve it. Because I guess I didn't deserve my parents' love. So I'm struggling with this blessing that's mine. And me, this is mine. I fell down X amount of times and got back up, and I don't know how. So I guess God been blessing me, but I don't know why.
But it's so crazy, Dante.
Oh,
What's so crazy is, and you and I talk a lot, and I'll say to you that a lot of the times, you know, and I have this problem also, so I don't act like I don't have it. We don't listen to what we're saying sometimes, man. Right? So you're gonna say, I'm gonna try to replay what you said. You said you got
I
this.
can replay it.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, replay it.
Right. So you said that first of all,
There's
when
double.
you
It's echoing. It's echoing. Somebody,
Hold on.
somebody gonna mute.
it's
Somebody
Hold
gonna
on.
mute.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I got a window open. Is that better?
Yeah,
Am I
that's him.
okay?
That's him.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
when you stated that, you know, um, you were, you wanted you first, I gotta address you saying that you wasn't deserving of your parents' love. You definitely was. You definitely are. You definitely are. And then the biggest thing that a lot of people don't know, some blessings come without repentance. Some blessings come because you do have a father that, we get we get in this place where he's not tangible to us. So when he's doing things to take care of us, because that's what he's going to naturally do anyway, we're thinking to ourselves, I didn't do anything to deserve this, but his love, his love is going to come. Like he's going to take he's been taking care of us. He's been begging, for you. He's been doing things this whole time for you, like constantly filling your lungs with air so you can get to the point where you're going to give him recognition, where you're going to give him praises, where you're going to get to a point and understand that his love exceeds all. And even though you hurt for those that you were birthed into, the biggest thing that you're missing, that you haven't gotten to yet, and it's okay, you've been birthed into a covenant and a royalty that surpasses theirs. So even if you don't get to embrace the father that brought you here or the mother that brought you here, embracing the father that created them and created this universe is a bigger embrace than you could ever do. So at those times when you feel isolated, and at those times where you feel lonely, and at those times where you feel angry, and you feel like your anger is getting you to a point where you're completely frustrated and you can't even see straight. You close your eyes, you see nothing but red and lightning. He's still right there, calming you down, letting you know that he has you. Because there is coming a family to you that you wasn't born into, but that he is going to place strategically for you to give you all that intimate love that you felt like you missed out on, and you keep on saying Dante is not worthy enough. When you get to the point where you truly understand love, because a lot of us don't understand what love feels like, so a lot of the times, he has to get you to a place where you're able to hear it and then receive it. Because a lot of times you can meet a person that is ready to pour all this love onto you and give you that embrace that you was looking for, that you seen in that video, and you be able to shed those tears of just all the years of everything you want them to come rolling off. You'll be able to shed those tears, but you got to be in a position where you're ready to receive it. Because if you're not ready to receive it, somebody's going to wrap their arms around you and you're going to push them away like you have already done before. But this time when it comes back, you're going to be able to wrap your arms around them, and those tears are going to be able to be shed, and you're going to be able to know that you are a new Dante, that you're now a new creature. And it might not come with your father, and it might not come with your mother, but that's okay, because your transformation for your soul, it is for you. And he brought you to Bolo, and he brought you to this channel for a reason. And that reason is so that you can come out of come out of feeling sad, and come out of feeling like you're not worthy to receive good things, because you are. You wasn't put here to just only receive bad. We keep on talking about how this walk isn't a walk in the park, and it's not. Are we going to have sunny days all the time? Absolutely not. But that's okay. But once you understand who you truly are, I can't wait to hear today where you say you are deserving to sit in your truck. You are deserving to walk in the path of royalty that he has set your feet to walk on. You are worthy for love. You are worthy to be a father if you choose to be. And you're worthy to be an excellent son and show your family who you have become, because you have become somebody great. And anger is not your claim to fame. So stop claiming it.
Um, all right, whatever. Back to your presentation. Well, I have a son. You know what I'm saying? That sounds great, lyrics, but whatever. I got a son, you know, and I'm not around him. I can't see him all the time. I want to, I desire to. Uh, but that video, you see, it hit me more than just me and my father. Because this is a generational curse.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? This is passed down from generation to generation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't want my son. It's an echo in the back. I don't know where it's coming from. It's an echo in the back, but it's a real bad echo. Uh, but whatever.
That's got to
I
be
don't
you
want
because we're all on mute, man. It's only you
my.
talk.
Oh, okay. Oh, my bad. My bad. I'm sorry. Um, I don't want my son to feel like. You know. See, I understand my father left me. I get it. I'm telling my children. I get it. He couldn't deal with my mother. I left her for the same reason. I don't talk to this day for the same reason. I ain't. Thanksgiving passed. I didn't say nothing. Christmas in the past again. I'm not gonna say nothing. All that sound good, but this is what it is. So I don't want my son to feel that about me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to get connected to him. I'm just speaking my pain, not to get a rebuttal, but to get it off my heart. So I don't give it to the world or self destruct. This is this is therapy to me right now. I don't really want no comments. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really hearing it. But I'm just saying, like, just to get off my heart because it hurts me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my son to go through that. And I don't know how to get beyond the situation to get back to him. I got a daughter. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because I'm not really concerned about him. I'm more concerned about my son. It's bad. I know. Whatever. But I just don't want my son to go through this. I don't want my daughter to be a video vixen. You know, I'm gonna get scolded about saying what I said, whatever. I'm just telling my heart. So, I just want to add on to what Lyrics was talking about. Because what she said in the beginning touched me. Saying about the parents and how they, you know, uh, how they entwine with the child, checking the rooms and all that. You know, I just want to be there for my children, more so my son, and I wish my parents could rock with me so we can break this generational curse because it builds anger in the child. Like, bruh, I can really be successful. Like, I don't, I destroy everything, everything. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I almost destroyed this today. You know what I'm saying?
But Dante, the conversation that you and I continuously have is,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and I know this is easier said than done, but you know half the battle, brother. We have to start looking at things from different perspectives, right? So you want to have that relationship with your son. Do everything in your power to make that happen and leave the rest in God's hands. Control the controllables. Control what you are capable of controlling. And everything else you leave in God's hands. But making sure that you have that connection with the Father. You have that relationship with the Father. Maybe the Lord don't want you to be around your son because of the anger that you feel. And these kids that we have, they're not stupid. They see things, man. Maybe the Lord doesn't want you to be around your son so he can pick up that anger. Because we've talked about that, you and I.
Is I don't know if he wants to disclose that. Is Dante's son a teenager or a preteen?
A preteen.
A preteen.
Yeah.
And
What, is
preteen
a 13, 14-year-old a teenager?
yeah, 13, 13, 14. I don't know like but
I would think. Well, here he comes. You can ask him.
the root of the word is teen.
Yeah, but I mean,
Just
there
throwing
you
that
go.
out there.
They new in man, but they're new into the world. Okay,
They are new,
so
but it is still a teenager.
your
Once you get past 12, you are a teenager.
your Dante, your son, is he a teenager?
No, not at all.
Okay, he's a
No, not at
preteen.
all. Oh,
How
he's
old is he?
young.
How old is he?
He's
My son is 9.
oh,
9.
your son's 9.
9.
Oh
That's
yeah,
a good
not
age.
so. Yeah, 9 is good. And boys at 9, boys at 9. So they're kind of hard, and it really so it is a lot of things are dependent upon how they're raised, but a lot of their natural, characteristics and traits as they're growing up, at 9 years old, they're kind of they're discoverers. They are, they're wanting to like go into this little, young manhood, and they kind of know who they are because 9 for boys is when a lot of like pre-pubescent things start to happen with them, so their brains are doing some funky things. So sometimes they could be really sweet, and you have this really sweet little kid, and then sometimes you have this kid that's like, don't bother me, I don't like you today, and then by the evening they love you. So you're like, what is going on here? And they're just in this realm of discovery. And so you have to get really, really creative with them. I don't know if you was on the show uh, before when I shared ways that I used to communicate with my children, and it still works to this day. But I began writing them letters. Like as soon as I realized, oh, these babies can read and they're gonna write me back. I write them letters, and my youngest child now is like 17, so I don't have any little babies anymore except for my grandkids. But um, they'll still write me letters if they're going through like a lot and they can't, and they just, like, I want to tell you this, but I don't have enough courage to tell you to your face. They'll write me letters. So I'm telling you that to say, think of different ways to, communicate with him so he has a line of communicate, a connection with you that he knows is you guys. They call it their, their little secret codes, and all children love that type of connection. And you want to create it with him, and he's at that age where you can very much still bond with him, and he's at an age where you're very much still, believe it or not, his hero. And it doesn't matter if he doesn't, if you're not seeing him every day. I'm telling you, you're still very much his hero. You are. You're still bright, and that bright and shining star in his eyes, because that's just how little boys are hardwired. So whatever Bolo is telling you on the back end, I would definitely say listen to it. And I would definitely say try to figure out a way to just, communicate with him and have that communication be strong. And then you won't have to, be afraid that he's going to reject you the bigger he gets.
And let me add this to that, uh, Dante. You have to release that anger, man, of thinking that you don't deserve happiness in the aspect of, you know, the Lord blessed you with a truck. And you're sitting there saying, I don't believe there's nothing worse than someone giving you something, and when they give it to you, you're like, man, I don't deserve it. You know what I'm saying? And that was a blessing from the Father. Every heartache that you've gone through, that you've made it past, that was the Father guiding you, Father holding you. So, you got to let go that you're not worthy. You know what I'm saying? When the Lord calls somebody, He's not calling no one that's not worthy, brother. I promise you that.
Well, I look at it like this. You know,
You know what I'm saying? And
when I train somebody,
right.
they don't know they potential.
Say it again.
When I train somebody, they don't know their potential.
Right.
You
Neither
know
do
what I'm
you.
saying? I check the metaphor. They don't know their potential. I'm telling you what I feel.
Right.
I don't care what it is. I don't care what he's. I'm telling you what I feel. I come on the platform to tell you what I feel, so I won't give it to the world. The input is cool, but this is what I feel. This is my battle. This is my struggle.
Absolutely.
And you know, the good talk is cool, but this is what I feel after the talk is done. I don't feel like I deserve it because I know who and I know what I am. I know how I do it.
What are you?
So,
What
uh,
are you?
I'm, I'm, I'm,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sugar and spice and everything else. You know what I'm saying? And I don't
Listen.
say that.
But
I
let
don't
me
say
say this, Dante. Let me say this.
that.
Everybody, everyone, you're not the only one to
No,
feel they're not worthy of the Lord's love, of his mercy and grace. You're not the only one to feel that way. We all, at one point, I think it was Tuesday. No, last week, Monday, brother. I ended the show, morning show. I played the last portion of the Passion of the Christ, and it just hit me in a way where this king, this creator, did that for me, bro. Nothing that I did. He chose to do it. That hit home because you sit there and you look at yourself in the mirror and say, I'm not worthy of such a sacrifice, of such love. I'm not worthy of it. But you know what the Lord said? Yes, you are. So although you know you're up here testifying, which is awesome, you got to look, stop looking at things from your perspective. And it's hard to do. It's hard to do. It may be impossible to do. Maybe I'm asking you to do something that no man can do, no woman can do. But the Lord saw something in you. He sees something in you. Maybe we should start looking at it from his perspective instead of ours. Because if we continue to look at it from our perspective, it's doom and gloom every day. It's doom and gloom. Why should I do this? When my mom passed, the first thing I said is, why should I go on, man? Why? What's the purpose? That pain that I felt, dog, I wouldn't wish that pain on my worst enemy, brother. I wouldn't wish it. But, being taught to look at things from a different perspective is so paramount, brother. It is so important. Because if I had continued looking at it from the way I was, every relationship that I've had would have been destroyed eventually because of me, not because of the other person, because I would poison it. So here is the Lord saying, nah, you're worthy, but you keep saying, no, I'm not. The Lord is saying, you are worthy. No, no, I'm not. You should be dead. We've had that conversation before, plenty of times, but you're here, right? And we talked about it when that young man comes to you and say, I want you to train me. And that young man doesn't see any good in himself. That young man only sees bad. But you see something in him, right?
yeah, facts, facts.
Okay. That's the same thing with the Lord, brother. You may
I
walk
mean,
You may walk into the room not seeing yourself worthy, but the Lord says, I'm going to take you under my wing and I'm going to train you because I see something in you. And when I'm done with you, the way you walked in is going to be totally opposite in the way you walk out.
Like I don't deny that, bro. Like I got a woman that I say the same thing to that you saying to me. You are worthy of this, and I see something in you, and yeah, we answer higher up. God over Christ, Christ over man, man, woman over child. I get it. I get it. I'm not here for that though. I'm just speaking my emotion, and I'm just trying to release it. I get what you're saying. Nothing that you're saying wrong. One ear out the other door right now, because I'm just speaking something so I can wake up in the morning.
You just venting right now.
That's it. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
That's all. Like I got a woman, bro, that I say the same thing. So I understand what you're saying. How God look at me. I get how I look at her, and how I look at everybody now. My last woman, you know who she was. I look same thing. I look at them like you can be better, and I speak to myself. I get it, but right now I ain't hearing it. I'm in a dark place right now. I'm just not feeling none of that. Like the Weeknd made a song called uh, um, it was called I'm gonna send it to you. But he was talking about his mama can only love him when he's in his dark place. You know what I'm saying? And I was watching a cartoon called Baki, and the son went to fight the father. All this is coming to me, bro. Hey,
Mr. Dante, may I say something real quick? Not to step
yes.
on your toes. Let
No,
me tell you how much the Lord loves you. The Lord loves you so much that it's only one you. And even if somebody wanted to be you, they can't be you. I understand.
At this moment, I don't even care about that.
See,
I'm just here to speak my heart and get
there
off.
you go. There you
That's
go.
it. That's all I want to do. I don't even want to.
You do it.
I don't even want to. This is therapy.
Right.
I don't even.
Right now,
I just.
what he's doing, Phoenix, right now is I'll put it in gym terms so you can understand. Right now, what he's doing is just taking out his anger on the punching bag.
That's it. I'm just because I got to.
I got you.
To the village because the village, bro, I'm hurting right now. So I just want 2 minutes and I'm gone.
No. We don't want you to go. There's a rule that once you come up on stage, you can't leave.
All right, well, I ain't gonna leave. I'm just gonna shut up.
Okay.
Well, I love you.
Well, you can't shut up. You got to get it all out.
At these 2 minutes,
I love you, brother.
At these 2 minutes, I'm done. I'm just saying that after this, after these 2 minutes, I'm done.
Let him go.
I'm just saying, like, there's a generational curse, cuz, and this is not no laughing matter to me. I see it with my woman, my ex, me, my child, and I'm on some. How do we break this? Not how do I break? How do we? You know what I'm saying? I just don't want my son to go through this. You know what I'm saying? I hope he hear this one day that your father loves you. And I understand God loves me the way got it. I understand. The way I look at my son, he look at me. Got it. I understand. I'm just speaking from a human. A single man that's lost. There's a song by Hannah Miller. Uh, uh, how she dropped her story. How she dropped her story, sinking in the sinking sand. Oh my Lord, must have dropped my sword somewhere in the sinking sand. That's how I feel. Like I lost my armor because God stripped it. Like I understand. My grandmother passed it. I got you. Romans, got you. I got you. I understand. That's why I said David. I rock with him. I got you. I've been stripped. He took all my armor, took my sword, It's in the same. Ooh, stumbling to the promised land. I got it. That's what I'm doing. I'm stumbling. I'm stumbling to the promised land. I take a couple steps and it seems further. I got you. So this is for the future individuals from the hood. They gonna understand what I'm saying. They gonna get me. And I want them to hear that. You understand me? I'm naked. I'm defenseless and I'm angry because of it. Yeah, I know he want to do something with me. I understand I'm a diamond in the rough. But I'm as I'm in the fire, I'm screaming. I don't like being molded. I don't I don't comprehend this. Yeah, you gave me a truck. I don't deserve it. Cause I'm humble, bro. I'm nothing. I ain't Moses, bro. I'm a dude from Chicago. I got kids, bro. I don't want them to do this here. But the way I look at it in the short sight, I can't get to them. And that just hurt me. So, I got a phone call earlier. Somebody was talking crazy about my kids and all these other things coming to me. So I'm just speaking it, bro, before I lash out. At this point, I thank y'all for letting me speak that. I hope somebody understand that. I hope somebody grow from that. You understand me? Because this pain real, cuz. And praying ain't enough for me. All that, that's, man, granddaddy a pastor. I need somebody in front of me, bro. I need somebody to touch me. All that, you over there, that's cool. But when I'm crying and I got the thing in my hand, I need somebody to grab me. Yeah, you can say your girl, she don't get it. She ain't no man, she don't get it. She got her door. Mike, she got a kid. I'm talking about me in the darkness, in the wilderness, lost, scared, like a little boy. I was watching this cartoon. This big fighter, he was beating everybody up. Whole time he was protecting the kid behind him. Man, I identified with it, man. Man, I'm broken. But I keep giving love. I'm about to pay somebody rent tomorrow. And I don't even stay there. Cause I love. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. All that talking cool. It's cool. I just I just wish God give me somebody that can touch me. Like that same thing Adam said. To touch me, man. Stop talk, yeah, cool, sound good, feel better. When they hang up, I'm back to the dock. Back on that. Back, demon time. And I don't want to. I'm just a product of my environment. Listen, I was raised by the streets. I don't know nothing, bro. And I'm scared. I'm scared of what I could be. I'm scared of the change. I don't know what that look like. Wearing glasses with a suit. What that look like? I got on Louis Vuitton right now, G. And I'm at work. Louis Vuitton boots, Louis Vuitton pants with the belt, with the black neon hoodie. I'm at work. I don't know how it look like to be suit and tie. I don't know how it look like to serve God. I don't know how that look. I'm scared of that. That's why I understand my woman. I don't know what it mean to be a wife. I don't know what it mean. I get you, Shawty. No. I hope she hit it. I hope I don't feel her like I did my last. I apologize for all my mistakes. God forgive me for everything I've done wrong. I'm a sinner. I don't know no better. I know not what I do. What I want to do, I can't do. But what I don't want to do, I seem to do. Boy, you know where that come from.
Yeah, Romans.
I know. Yeah. So I just want to get that out, man, because I got to. Everybody be talking, and I don't talk.
Get it out, brother. Floor is yours. Continue going.
No, I'm about done, but I'm just saying, like you say, Dante, let that anger go, bro. That's like saying, Bolo, cut your tongue out.
No, that's a difference. There's a big difference.
Nah, it ain't no difference.
Let me tell you why.
That's
Let me
talk
tell
to me.
you why there's a big difference.
Talk to me. I hate this.
The big difference is you are not just anger, brother. I'm not just the tongue. If you cut my tongue out, I'll still be able to communicate with you in a different way. I'm not just locked in to being able to talk with you just physically. Now it's going to be a spiritual thing, an emotional thing. You feel what I'm saying? You're not just
I get
angry.
this.
You're not just that. You're making yourself that.
I'm making
Right. You are.
how
I'm
how.
going to tell you how, because at the end of the day, right? Okay, let me say it to you this way. We were having a conversation with Joseph, and I'm talking, anytime Joseph and Sweatbread come up here, the conversation's gonna go for 18 hours. Anytime them two come up, you gotta go get 8 cups of coffee because we're gonna be here at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Period. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing. If they genuinely have questions, we're gonna do our best to genuinely answer them. Okay. We were having a conversation with Joseph, and it gets to a point where we can't browbeat you. In other words, God tells you, man planteth, man watereth, but it's God that gives the increase. God gives the increase. So no matter how much you water that plant, no matter how much you nourish that plant, give it sunlight. If God don't want that plant to grow in 8 days, it's gonna grow in the ninth. It's the Father. Period. It's not about us. So you have to realize that you're not just anger. Is that a part of it? Like Lyric said, absolutely. The Lord don't want you to not feel that feeling. He wants you to hold on to that feeling. Why? Because Dante has to reach people. There are going to be some people that Bolo just cannot reach. Yeah, the word is going to be good. The word, the way he speaks, it's going to be cool. But there's going to be something that you say and how you say it. It's going to click with them. This is the beauty of the village. Because if Lyric is connecting with the people or Phoenix is connecting with the people, I'm going to shut the hell up and let y'all rock. Because the Spirit of the Lord is not always going to come through one man, it's going to go through different people. That's just how it works. So what you're doing is you're using pain to be your existence when the Lord is saying, nah, I want that to be something that you identify with so that you're able to grow through it. But you keep holding on to it. Like you see the way the Lord in Psalms, it says that the Lord wears his majesty like clothing. You're wearing your anger and your pain like clothing when you need to take it off. Stop wearing it. You're choosing to pick it up. When I was going through the pain and anger of losing my mom, I chose to pick it up. That was for me to do. You know, I chose to pick up that pain of losing my mom day in and day out. And day in and day out, the clothes got heavier because of my tears. The coat got heavier because of the pain, because of the sweat that I was putting in. And it got heavier until I was taught to look at it from a different perspective. Stop focusing on the loss and focus on the life.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? Because me personally, I tell you, it's selfishness. Because the only thing that I can say is I want her back. And it's brewed in selfishness when you look at the pure root of it. I want her back. I don't want her to go. It's always about I. She ain't coming back, brother. Not now. She's gone. So now you can stay here and wallow and lose yourself even more. Or now the Lord's going to tell you, okay, you ready to learn now? You ready to focus on her life and not focus? You're minimizing, okay, 46 years of life with your mother, 46 years of life that you had, lessons, times, vacations, beautiful moments when she poured into you, and you're minimizing into that 1 hour of her death. That don't make no damn sense. And I had to be taught that. I had to be taught that. And don't get it twisted. There's still times it hits me hard. She ain't here. Yesterday was my birthday. She ain't here.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you. She ain't here. My dad is not here. My son is not here. They're not here, bro. So in as I'm celebrating my birthday, I still got this thing in my heart. They're not here. 50 is a milestone. 50, half a century you're on this earth, especially with black men. 50 is something you rarely see. My mommy is not here. So you know, I can look at it, and again, like I say, there's times when I feel like you feel, brother. There's times I wake up crying. There's times I wake up upset. There's times I'm pissed off. There's times I'm angry with God. I'm angry with my father. Why? But I have to focus on her life. Focus on my son's life, as short as it was. Focus on my father's life and not put so much power into their death. Because Christ is about life. It's not about death. Christ is not about anger. It's about love. He's about forgiveness. You said that, you would want that love from your father. Brother, he gave you sisters and brothers here. How long have we been kicking it? We kick it for hours at times, man. He gave you brothers and sisters here. So you lost one family and you gained another. The Lord tells you, I came to bring variance against father and son, mother and daughter. Those that you call family, Christ said, who is my mother? Who is my brother? Pointing at the 12, it said, they that follow my father's laws, statutes, commandments, they are my mother. They are my brother. This ain't about blood, my G. This ain't about blood. This is about the spirit. That's what this is about. So we're going to be here to let you beat on us. We'll be your punching bag. We here for that. That's what we're here for. But here's the thing too. After you finish punching us and you're tired, allow us to pour into you. That's why Lyric said you had a lot of talking to do. Because you said, I'm here to talk and let it out. You had a lot of talking to do, so don't stop. Because if you continue to hold us in, it's going to continue to make you look at yourself like you're not worthy. And the Lord is trying to tell you, dude, you are worthy. I chose you. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And I told you this before. That same example, you are a quintessential example that's living every day because you train young men to box. You train young men who do not have no discipline. You train young men that do not have self-esteem. You train young men that have been bullied. You train young men that don't have any parents that love them. You train them. You become their parent. You become their self-esteem. You take it from you and you instill it in them. But for yourself, you can't help. But the Lord is telling you, brother, the way you're helping them is the way I'm helping you. Stop fighting. But I know it's not something that it's easier said than done, especially when you're on the outside, right? Especially, and again, boxing. I use this example all the time. When you're outside of the ring, the best person that has the best view is the ring corner guy, not the one getting punched in the nose. The one on the outside telling you duck, move. He's the one that has the best view. He got righteous Rollo internet. He got that phone. He probably bought the phone from righteous Rollo. And so, like I was saying to you, is the best person that has the best view is the corner man. You don't have that good view when you're getting punched in the nose. You don't have it. So the Lord is telling you, yo, listen, you are worthy, man. Stop telling them you're not. But I understand you got to get things off your chest. So I'm gonna shut the hell up and let you finish.
No, I'm done. Listen to what you say, bro. Like,
So
you
I'm gonna
know,
let Lyric get in here because I know she wanted to say something and I'm talking too much. Go ahead, Lyric. I'm sorry. Can we please get the likes up, guys? There are 50. I'm sorry. We're good. Go ahead, Lyric.
No, I didn't. I didn't want to say anything. I was just listening to Dante. I just really appreciate the fact that he's able to be so just open, and this is a safe space for him. I truly appreciate, the just your feelings. I think that it is a tragedy when people try to come to people and tell them that, this is how I'm feeling. And because we center and because we're fixers and because we are in all in some way, shape and form, our own clinicians, we want to immediately prescribe and immediately fix. And we want to take their feelings and say, oh, you shouldn't feel like this. You should feel like this. But people do need to feel what they're feeling. And I do like the information that, you know, Bolo gave you because it is true. And just it is just beautiful in it of itself that you know. So I think that what you needed to get, you're getting. And I do have, faith, in God and knowing that you'll get all the way there. So even though you're not there yet, I'm happy that you have that understanding. And I know that you said you need somebody to just, physically grab you in your darkest hour. And you can hear, my testimony and you can hear Phoenix's testimony. I always say your name wrong and I'm sorry about that. And you can hear Bolo's testimony, but I know it's not going to be the same as your own. But I just want to say that he'll grab you in your darkest hour. He did me and probably everybody else on this stage or everybody else that is listening. He'll definitely physically grab you in your darkest hour. And it I I can't wait till he does because I want you to have that embrace that is going to shake you to the core in a good way. But I am overjoyed to hear your testimony, and I know that he's listening. I know he is. I just think it's a beautiful thing. So
hey,
that's all.
Bella, I want to donate. 'Cause I owe you some bread. How do I donate?
What'd you just say?
I want to donate. I owe you some bread.
You don't owe me nothing, brother.
Man, I owe you some bread.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. You people, I'm gonna say it just like this. You
I
people
owe
be
you some bread.
mad. You don't owe me no bread. The only thing I ask you guys to do is pay attention and pay it forward. However, if you want to help the village with Bibles and things of that nature, the Cash App is on the bottom.
I'm gonna hit that. But lyrics, thank you. Like, and everybody on the panel. Y'all know my punching bag. I'm just a man, right? So I'm not able to talk to nobody. Now, I know Bolo cool, yeah, we talk, but I'm talking about on a daily basis.
Yeah,
I'm just not able to do it as a man because who cares? Hey, with the man up, you know,
yeah,
the men don't feel like.
And that's the tragic part of society.
That's
And
the crazy part.
I hate that, and I hate that it's gotten here because there's so many. I feel like, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not a man, but I feel like that's why there's so many guys that are have gone to the extent and are now incarcerated, or now sitting in psych wards, or just lonely, like you said, like literally out in the wilderness because no one allowed them to feel and got to the root of what they were feeling and understanding and letting them stand in that, because it doesn't make you a weaker man or a lesser version of a man if you drop a tear. You are a human being. And I hate that society is like, suck that tear up, put your boots on, pull your big boy pants up. Listen, I don't have big boy pants right now. I am upset. And I think that it was very courageous of you to say, listen, I identify with the child standing behind the man fighting because I'm weak right now. Because everybody is not strong all the time, as Phoenix was saying. We don't wear our armor all the time. Sometimes we're on the battlefield, on the front line with nothing on. We're not shielded at all, and that is when he wants us to put on his armor. But you have to get there, and you have to understand how to get there. And we're always told to get there, but we're not told how to get. Tell me how to get there. Tell me how to get to the point where I'm standing on the battlefield fully armored. How do I get there?
For me, I just talked it out, and God bless everybody for listening. And Mr. Homer, there's nothing wrong with you being grasshopper every now and again. Sometimes we need to be away from everything else in the world and everything. But for me, I had to discipline myself. I couldn't go everywhere. I had to go in one place. And this for me was the place for me to go. And like I said, when I was crumbling down, I had some sturdy foundation. Here in the village, everybody got their own season. And it's like Bolo said, if it's not Lyric or M Mills or Vaughn or Sweatbread or even, St. Anthony or Bolo themselves, it's going to be somebody's seasoning that you pick up on. And that's the joy of the village. So, the Bible is a free for all. Pick it up, Google whatever you need and everything. But if you need some help, the first step is to open your mouth. When I fell down, I was dragging on my belly, and thank God people were here because uh, M3 could have just turned around and just quiet me or muted me, but it was people to listen because I opened my mouth.
Close
And
My,
mouth in
and
effect.
I said, and when I know everybody has their point of getting there, and they're eventually going to get there. The reason why I stopped with that question was because there's so many people that they're not eating meat, as a seasoned Christian would say. They're not eating meat yet. They're still babies, and they jump in with oh, this is what you should be doing, and they throw all these scriptures at them, and they do all these things, but they fail to tell them how to get there. Like, honestly, they fail to tell them, and they paint this picture as you're doing something wrong, if you're not getting blessed, or you're doing something wrong if you don't hear him talking to you. And they forget that there are some people in the dark. There are some people at their lowest point, and they cannot compute what you're saying. Like, that it what that portion of what you're saying is not computing to them. Does that make sense?
It does. Cats need to stop talking in parables and start giving it to them straight.
Just give it to them straight, because there are going to be.
Straight.
I can tell you that I've been in an actual dark room with monsters. Like, I've been there, and it's like it's like, okay, Are you coming? Are you going to come save me? Is somebody going to come save me? And he did come. He did come. But sometimes when you're in the midst of that, the things that people give to you to say this is what's going to help you, a person that's in that low. I'm gonna just use Paul as an example. When Paul fell down, I'm pretty sure like the stuff that people would have gave him, it just wouldn't have sufficed. It wouldn't have been good enough. But God was like, you know what? I know what to give you. I know what to give you. And that's why I'm always saying, far be it from us to think that we have the words and we have the power to just save somebody. We can give them just a little bit, but then we got to step back and let God, because he's going to be the one that's going to meet them, you know, on their knees or in that dark place. Like he's going to be the one to meet them there. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen, through him. And I don't know. That's just how I see it, but I also could be wrong.
No, you're absolutely right. We have to take ourselves out of it and know that we're not one that cures the sickness. It's the Father that does that. Our job is to shine a light. Here, man, here's the phone number to the doctor. You know how you have, what do you call those people that go into foreign countries and help them like find water or doctors? What do they call them? Anybody?
I don't know. I don't know what you're
Like
saying.
what they call it, like when you're a doctor and you go to like Africa and you help them for free. You donate your time.
The only thing I know about is missionaries, but that's more of a
Right. But there's something else. Something
Mm.
else. Okay. All right. Well, missionary or whatever. Our job is just to go out there, go into the money witch doctor. What the,
What? Who said witch doctor?
sweat bread?
Did
I
he
don't
say?
know.
He did say, I'm scared.
I don't know what it is with
Sweat
it.
bread, who want a witch doctor?
Come on, man. I said doctor, dog. I didn't even say. I had said nothing about magic, brother. I said doctor will help get water. He wants to ask a question. That's what it is. Um, no, our job is, I guess, okay, so we'll use, for lack of a better word, missionary. Our job is
I
to
think
go
it is missionary, though. I think she's right.
okay. So here, oh boy, here comes Sweatbird. So we'll be this
Out,
mission.
out
Our,
there in Africa, it's called witch doctor.
no, it's not called a witch
no,
doctor.
it's not in Christianity. We ain't even gonna
Oh,
accept
oh,
it.
I'm sorry.
Cut that out.
You're right. Wrong,
We
wrong
we
way.
get some switches.
Yo, brother, what are you listening to, G?
I've never seen that.
So what I'm saying is our job is to go into these dark places and introduce them to Christ. Give him his number. No, here's his card. Call him. This is what he can do. Let me show you what he's done for me. Here's his card. Call him. It's not about us. We need to take ourselves out of the equation. We need to take it out. Let them have a relationship with our Lord and Savior. It seems everyone seems to have a double R phone today. You know, um, so now he didn't put which doctor is he talking about. He didn't put WICH. He put WITCH as in witch, warlock. He knew what he was writing. So I'm glad that you know, um,
Bolo said, "Not on my channel. Y'all ain't finna do that."
nah, man, not right now. I mean, nah, I knew he was only playing. Um, we have to stop this stigma, guys, of men can't cry, men can't feel. We have to stop it. And I seen a woman tell a 5-year-old kid that he's the man of the house. What's that 5-year-old kid supposed to do with that? Lyric, tell me, please. What's a 5-year-old supposed to do with "You are the man of the house"?
Immediately throw a booger on the wall. I'm just kidding. There,
But word, you know how much stress you just put on dude? By you just telling him he's the man of the house, you just made him 10.
yeah, you just made him 30. Like,
You just aged him. He
right.
was just playing with crayons yesterday.
Run to
Now
the
you
other
come in,
room and find a pull up like immediately.
now he got to pull a newspaper and look for a job.
Right.
We have to stop this with our little boys, man. Stop telling them that they can't cry. Stop telling them that they can't feel. They have every right to feel that way, like their little counterparts, their
Stop
little
pushing
sisters.
them to be men so quickly because there is a picture that has went viral of a 12-year-old and he looks every bit of 20.
Damn.
But he's 12 and he has a mustache and everything. And people are talking about this little boy and saying stuff like, basically, they know he's paying rent and doing this and doing that. And the thing that throws me off the most, and I don't, jump into conversations or, talk about viral things, but this disturbs me the most because it's funny how they could immediately throw a black boy because he's black, throw a young black boy into adulthood and say that he's a man, this, that, and the other, but reverse it and let them say that about a girl. If she's 10 and she looks 20 and anybody utters it, every oh, you're a pedophile, that's wrong, that's a baby, she can't help the way she looks. They immediately try to um you know put her back down as a baby, and she's probably jumping out of every window as soon as somebody's eyes are closed. But this boy who can't help the way puberty has taken him over, everybody is saying saying stuff like he better be on his way to college and he better be working. And I know that that is unfair. So now you have these men, grown, these boys growing up before their time, and they don't get to feel, they don't get to express themselves. They don't get to be children. They don't get to understand what it's like to have an embrace and have somebody say, I understand, it's not your time yet, it's okay, sit down, you don't have to worry about this. Because what we don't see and what we don't understand, especially boys when they are in high school and when they are about to graduate, we don't understand their panic because everybody is telling them, when you graduate, you're grown, you're done, you're supposed to be out of the house. And they're like, wait, what? You have been taking care of me all this time. You are how I eat. You are where I sleep. You're how I get my clothes. And you're telling me as soon as this paper gets put in my hand that I got to do all that by myself? I don't want it. I don't want it. So I'm going to keep running and staying young and being a little boy because I'm not getting that paper. We don't understand how we push them away from doing what's right because we're putting ideations in their head that they're like, wait a minute. Did you teach me? Have you built me up to be ready for that? And yet we coddle the girls, and then when the girls get older and the girls are doing things where you're like, oh my gosh, you're not supposed to be doing that, why would you be acting that way? What do you mean? I've been ripping the heads off of dolls. I've been in the room cussing. I've been in the room slapping my brother. You told me it was okay, remember? I was the princess, I was the baby, I can do whatever I want. So we cannot do these things to them when they're younger and then expect for them to get older and be like, this is not how you're supposed to act, when we didn't train them up the way they were supposed to act.
Wonderful statement.
That's a very
And
beautiful
I know
statement.
that my kids were latchkey kids. We were that way. And I think about how Miss Lyric just put it. We have our kids doing things that, I mean, I can remember at 8 cooking. My mom, I remember my grandma saying that she put a box by the stove so my mom can cook. So when you have like my grandma, she had her first kid at 12 and she had my mom at 15. So, so we do stuff and we put kids, young boys and girls in position, and then we wonder, okay, well, you look fast, so and so, this and that, or boy, you doing this and that. But he been, saying his money from his job is taking care of the family. The little girl is cooking for the family. Their child support is paying the money. And like Lyric say, when they turn 18, they don't even have a savings account or anything. And they don't know what budgeting is because we as parents haven't even showed them that much. So we've got to stop. We've got to do better. And then maybe they will be better.
And maybe and it's always a thing about learning. I mean, we have young men that they in balance and in checkbook is a thing of the past. But even before it became a thing of the past, I remember getting my older boys checking accounts and having them balance, and have and putting them on a budget. And I'm like, this is what you have. This is what if you want to get that, can you afford it? Does it fit in your budget? And also having them pull tabs throughout the week that their chores was going to pay for things they want. Like, did you do enough chores to even pay, for that popcorn that you want, or to pay for that game that you want to go to? Like, have you done enough to earn that? And I got that from my parents, and it's like, so now that they're older, and now that I watch my oldest son with his girls, he'll do the same thing. He's like, well, because Nova, you guys, I have heard her. She's very bright, and she will just ask for things. And my son has gotten to the point where he's like, oh my gosh, like she's just asking, 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 and I'm like, put her on a budget, like, go ahead and teach her, because she's willing to learn so much stuff. And so just inserting different things like that will help them become adults, because you can't throw somebody into adulthood and then expect them to be just awesome at it. That's just not how it works. We learn, we grow by learning. And if learning isn't inserted, then who's going to teach them? Like, where are they going to get this information from?
Can I add to this?
Absolutely. Go ahead, brother.
Hey, um, when I, when I was 13, 14, 13, 14, my mother kicked me out the house. She like, boy, you got hand in your chest, you're doing 400 push-ups, it's time to get out, right? I went to the streets. I did all that, right? And then she turned around and said, I'm disappointed in you. I'm going to the streets and becoming this and that, right? And then I grew up and I heard plenty young men say something similar. And, you know, RP to Kevin Samuels, because one thing he say, we're not raising to be. Oh, can y'all hear me?
We can hear you now.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, my bad. Somebody tried to call me to disconnect my earpiece. But, you know, we're not raising boys to be men. And I hear a lot of women complaining about how men are, and society complaining about how black men are. But the thing is, when you ain't married, when you ain't married, and you have a child, and you develop them, and I'm talking about myself too. I made this mistake, and you develop them in a one parent household. What you think you're gonna get, huh? Like it's a good thing that God wanted man and woman to be married before a child, because if you do that, you know what you think you're gonna raise a dependent individual. So this whole society messed up, man. Bolo say, huh? Hello?
We're
We can
here.
hear you. We're here. We can hear you.
That's crazy. I can hear y'all. I can hear, like, I hear y'all with my phone. But at the end of the day, just like this, bro. You know, a lot of people get mad at men for not being prepared, but how can we be prepared when we wasn't trained by a man? You know, respect to the single mothers, but you can't raise a man.
Wow. I like that. You speaking the gospel.
Now that's facts. You can't do it. You're not a man, so you don't know what it takes to be it.
Mm-hmm.
You dictated by emotions. We dictated by logic. So you can't do it. It takes two. I can see my son, he don't have any emotions because he don't have a mother. So at the end of the day, man, I just had to tap in on that because that was powerful. That, society, and they did it on purpose. They broke the family up on purpose so we won't be men.
Mm-hmm.
Because men lead the society. We lead the household. We lead the family. We lead it all. We are the leaders.
We are
So
a kingdom without a king.
I'm sorry?
We are a kingdom without a king.
Preach.
And it's you're absolutely right. It's a systematic attack on masculinity, and this goes to show you the system that Satan has built, the system that Satan has put in place, and how it rocks out. This is when you look at how specific and how much of a tactician this demonic dude is, this force that we're dealing with is. It's crazy because when you talk to most men that have been raised by a single parent, single mom, they have more of the attributes that they attack of a woman than they do of a man. It's hard for them to articulate themselves. They're very emotional and their attention span is short. So, you can't even have a decent conversation with these cats without them flipping out or getting emotional. There is no logic. And again, just because we're men doesn't mean that we don't have emotion. It's supposed to take us a little bit longer to get us to that point where we're erratic and just don't think. But these men come out the gate thinking this way. Even when you go to these different platforms, you listen to these dudes, they complain more than chicks do. They complain more than chicks do. They don't look at trying to solve the problem. What they do is they go to a different country. Now, I'm not saying all of them do, but the ones that are lazy and don't want to do the work do. See, men, society is a weak excuse for a man. We're supposed to do the work. We're supposed to create our value. That's what we're supposed to do. And we're doing a poor piss job at doing it. And then we turn around and say, submit to me. It just doesn't make sense. We talk about, there's times when I have arguments, discussions, heated discussions with men on certain platforms about men being responsible for a woman's failure in marriage. They sit here and they look at me like I'm a madman. And I say to them, hold on, brother. You guys are always quoting, biblical principles and trying to add them to a carnal lifestyle. Let's look at it. Eve sinned first. She sinned first. But the Lord didn't come back until after Adam did it. So even in your woman's failure, she is the mirror image of you. The same way when you go, you have your children go to school and your children cut up, who do they typically blame? They typically blame the parents. That's where they first look. It's the
I have
same.
a question with that.
I'm sorry?
I have a question. Because I hear that you saying she mirror image and you, things of that nature.
Say it again.
I was, I'm listening to you and you saying that the woman is mirror image of you or she's mimicking you. How do you place that sentence?
How do
How
we
is
play?
that?
I'll show
Have
you.
you?
If your woman, let me show you. Your woman is supposed to follow you. So if the head is sick, what happens to the body? The body is sick
Got
too.
it. But I got a question though.
Okay,
Well, it's more of a statement.
go ahead. Now remember,
Majority women,
everything. Hold on.
majority.
Remember, everything that we're saying is not absolute,
Yeah,
right?
but I'm talking about majority
Okay, we can't speak
because I'm
about the
because
majority.
I'm out here.
No,
I'm,
we can't speak about the majority. You know why?
what?
Because the majority of men and women are off.
Okay, but I'm just talking about, I'm going off your statement.
Go ahead. We're talking
Majority
about
of
off,
women,
right?
majority of women are
Hmm.
imprinted by the man they're imprinted by, not by the man they're with.
Say it again.
So
They're
make
imprinted by who?
most women
Right.
are imprinted
Right.
by the man of the past, not the
Okay.
man they're with. So make it make sense.
Most women
Because
are imprinted by
if I'm
most women are imprinted by society. They're not
so they
imprinted.
ain't got nothing to do with the head.
No, no, hold on. It does. Because if I'll give you an example. I was on a panel with a lawyer, right? He will remain nameless. I was on a panel with a lawyer, and I happened to be the last speaker. And this brother was saying, women are off, women are this, black women are this, black women are that. Cool. There was a black woman on the panel. And this black woman said that her father married for 40 years to one woman. And day one, her father was emasculated by her mother for 40 years. So the first day, according to her, he's been emasculated by his wife. He married the woman, my G. Married her. So after hearing all this, I just wanted to make sure I heard what I heard. So I asked her, and she said, yes, this is what it is. I said, so how do we blame the woman when this man chose to marry her and dealt with it for 40 years? It's still her fault? You know what this brother said to me? Here we go. This brother blaming us men. I said, but hold on, G. You said, and I quote, if you date a woman on a first date and she says something that's emasculating, you leaving her. There's no second date. This dude married her. So he has no accountability in that. That's the problem. The problem is we're not taking responsibility or accountability for the mistakes that we
Oh, bro, I'm not going.
hold
I'm
on.
not going.
Hold
No, bro, I'm
on.
out here. You ain't out here. You married. You been out the field. I'm out
Brother,
here.
listen, hold on.
No, bro.
Hold
I
on.
can't let you. I can't let you throw my brothers under the bus.
You gotta let
Can't
me
let you
finish,
do
brother.
it.
You gotta let me finish.
Now
You,
you speaking.
hold on.
That's false.
You must think that just because I'm married,
No, dude,
hold
you ain't out
on,
here.
Dante. Let's be respectful. You think that just because I'm married, I'm not in the streets.
Dude, you not out here,
Hold
bro. You
on,
ain't
brother.
dating.
Hold on. I don't
Yes, I
have.
think that.
Hold on. I don't have to date, dogs. I deal.
Bro,
Hold on, brother. Let me tell you why I don't. Because I'm dealing with about 15 guys that are in the streets making the mistakes. So I don't
bro,
physically hold on, brother. I don't have to put my hand in the fire to know that 3 dudes that put their hand in the fire got burned, that I'm gonna get burned. I don't physically have to be there. Now, if you want to go with that thought process that you have to be in the streets, brother,
yeah.
let me explain something to you, brother. I'm born and raised in Flatbush, Brooklyn. Don't
So
talk to me
what?
about don't talk to me about streets. I understand the streets. Now, just
Yeah,
because
40 years ago.
hold on, it's the same game, dog, and you know it. It's the same game, just different players. That's the only
No, it's
thing that
worse.
changed. No, but it's the same game. Whether it gets worse or not, it's the same game. It's the same game. You know, when it comes to the gangbangers, when it comes to the street corners, it's the same game. Is it worse? Absolutely. I'll give it to you, right? The code has been taken away. Less and less, there's less of a code that is, but it's the same game. Nothing changed. They were selling crack and dope when I was growing up. Now, is it worse now? Absolutely. But it's the same foundation, the same pillars. It's the same. So don't make that excuse to say, well, dating is different. Dating is the same, man. Dating is the same. These dudes go out here in this world and they look at a chick for her behind and her breasts. They don't look at her for what they need. They look at
Can
her
I
for what
can,
they want. Hold on.
can I
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna let you rock. Hold on. I'm not taking accountability away from women being off. So I don't want you to think that that's what I'm doing. I'm an equal opportunist shooter. But here's the thing. If we're claiming to be kings, if we're claiming to be leaders, if we're claiming to be the heads, then brother, guess what? Heavy weighs the head. I know I'm saying it wrong. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Deal with it. Deal with it. If you're going to quote the scripture, let's deal with it. Why did God come out after Adam ate the fruit, not Eve? Why? Explain that to me. Why?
Are you done?
Eve plainly ate the fruit first, right?
Are you done?
I'm done, brother. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Bruh,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to shut up on any subject but this. Because I'm out here.
Okay.
This we going to talk that talk.
Go ahead.
Bro, let me tell you something that you ain't seeing, my brother.
Go ahead.
These dudes ain't raised to be head.
They're not raised to be who?
The head.
Didn't I just say
they
that?
raised.
Didn't
Hold
I
on.
just say that?
Like, you just said let you finish, right? Let me finish. So, going out. Now, you ain't apologize. You're my brother. I love you. Give you a hug if you was in front of me. So, when they going out here, you understand me? Looking at the image of their mama. Huh? Looking at the image of their aunties. Huh? Which is a sexual nature. Huh? So, they go out here looking for sexual attention. Huh? Right? So that's what they doing. Society is playing into the man's and woman nature, which is man sexual, woman emotional, making them overzealous in both. Huh? Right? So man going out here looking to bust something. He don't know nothing about no head. He don't know nothing. So you can't put responsibility on him because he in his nature. Hold on. Ask him in a couple seconds.
Go ahead.
He don't know nothing about that.
Okay.
He know about getting what he get off.
Right.
He don't know about being no father.
Right.
He don't know nothing about, because what they do, they remove the man.
Right.
Out the house when it came to what was it? When it came with the low income, and you know what I'm saying?
I understand.
So at the end of the day, men, listen, 30% of men in America ain't getting no women. Okay? The top 20% of men in America getting all the women. Okay? And it's 80% of marriages is divorced by the woman. Huh? I'm not going for that. Let's talk numbers.
Okay, numbers don't explain everything. Right? I'll give you an example. I talk to people all the time when they talk about rings. Right? They'll say rings when it comes to basketball. Right? Harvey Grant has 14 rings and he's garbage. So numbers don't say the whole picture. It gives you a good direction, but it doesn't give you the picture. Okay? So let me ask you this. Does not knowing the law absolve you from the repercussions of it?
No.
Okay. So now we're cooking with oil. So just because as a man you go out into the world, I just told you, society is a weak excuse for a man. I understand that these men, I'm an advocate for the men having mentors. Remember, we spoke on that. We spoke in depthly on that. Okay. At the end of the day, it still doesn't absolve you from being who you naturally are supposed to be. It doesn't absolve you, brother. So here we have a man that dealt with the woman for 40 years, my G, and married her. And the first day, she emasculated him. The first day. Who's to blame for that? Her? Even men that have been raised by women, there's just so much a man is going to take before he puts his foot down and say, woman, who do you think you're talking to? He's taken it for 40 years. Who's to blame for that? Yeah, laugh at that. That's not funny.
You're being biased.
What I'm saying is, but I'm saying is not what I'm saying the truth.
No, I don't agree.
So
I don't
you're
agree at all because
saying,
I'm
so
out
you're
here.
saying to me, okay, hold on. Were
Mr.
you raised?
Gilbert, can
Were
I
you
say
raised?
something?
Hold on, Phoenix. Were you raised by your father?
Kind of, sort of.
Oh, so that means no.
That mean kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. Give me a yes or no.
Ain't no yes or no. It's gray area.
Okay, so okay.
Ain't no yes or no. Yes and no. It
Oh,
could be. He was there. He did his parts. Yeah, but he
so
wasn't fully in the house.
all right. So you were raised by your dad. You were raised by your dad. He didn't do everything a dad was supposed to do, but he did enough.
Yeah, he did. I agree with that.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I go for that.
Okay.
I go for that.
We're cooking with oil. Cool. We're cooking with oil. So you're okay. Do you believe that there's an innate state of being in a man, of being manhood? Do you believe in that?
No. No. Because I see too many of these dudes. I see too many dudes. Listen,
Right.
not
What
only do I
you
teach
seen
about
too
the
many-
box,
You seen too many dudes do what?
I seen too many dudes
Right.
lost in the sauce.
They what?
That they lost in the sauce.
How are they lost in the sauce? Give me a break.
They don't even know. Okay, prime example.
Right.
I talked to a dude a couple weeks ago
Right.
talking about his baby mama.
Right.
Don't understand nothing about that woman. He don't even know what to do. I'm talking straight beta. I see more beta than alpha or a man being a man. Let's take away the alpha and beta.
But here's
Right.
my throw at you. And I understand your point. There are men like that. But here's my thing with this alpha and beta thing, right? You
Right.
know, do you know that they would call you a beta for crying? Do you know that?
Who?
Do you know that in the manosphere that they say men should not cry? Do you know that? They saying crying is a weakness.
You didn't misquote it.
I'm
Misquote it.
misquoting. I'm
Yes.
misquoting.
Yes.
Brother, I've
I'm
dealt
in the
with this.
manosphere.
Brother,
I do too.
hold
I
on.
talked to Alpha Man's
I
Trinity.
got you.
Alpha
I've
Man's Trinity.
spoken.
I talked to Kevin Samuels, bro. Have you ever talked to Kevin Samuels? I have.
And Kevin
So I know.
Samuels wasn't in the manosphere, brother.
Yes, he was.
No, he was not. I'm telling you, no, he was not. He told. There's plenty of times when Kevin Samuels would say, "Yo, dude, I understand," and I talk to people.
What about media taking reviews? Media taking reviews. Alpha Male strategy.
No, I understand. No, listen to me. Just because he
talk to them.
he associated not only with media tutorials, he associated with Dennis Sperling.
Facts.
So he associated himself with people that are in the manosphere or red pill. But he himself would say, "No, I'm not a manospheric person. I understand some of the things that they're kicking. We may agree on plenty of things, but I'm not a manosphere." You can Google it and see him say it. This ain't something that I'm freestyling. This is something he would say. This is something he would say. Did he affiliate with a lot of manospheric people? Absolutely, he did. Absolutely. The point that I'm trying to make to you is this, brother. This is the point that I'm trying to make to you. At the end of the day, mentorship is very important when it comes to these young men. It's very important because regardless of whether they were raised by a man or not, society don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. At the end of the day, they're gonna either end up in jail being emotional or dead.
True. That's true.
So society doesn't give a rat's ass what they were raised by, who they were raised by. All they're looking at is what we're dealing. I understand that. But the point that I'm trying to make is, you see, with women, they have these choices where they can transform in front of you, where they want the power of a man, they want the responsibility of a child and the accountability of a woman. They can do that. We can't.
True.
We're not offered that. So we have to understand that it's a different thought process when it comes to men than when it is applied to women.
But do you think that a man or a boy can take up the energy of his mother?
Absolutely.
So
that's what I just said. I just said a lot of these men are carrying the attributes of the woman that raised them.
So how do you expect them to behave?
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. But when you go into these rooms talking about I want a woman, when you go into these rooms, because you have a lot of these men that don't have the qualifications to be the head, walking around saying these women should submit to me. Am I wrong when I say that, brother?
No.
All right. So if you're going to say to these women, I want you to submit to me, the next question is going to be, what am I submitting to? What am I submitting to? You want me to submit, right? That's tantamount to me giving my life to you. That's what submission means. I'm going to follow your plan. I'm going to follow you. What am I submitting to? You know what these dudes are saying? Go get a passport. Not all. Not all. But I've been on platforms where there's plenty. Go get a plane ticket. Hell, it's on my platform. It's on the interview I had with the lawyer. Go get yourself a passport and fly to another country where these women are being taught that. My question to him was, but what about the men that can't afford a passport? That are
Facts.
stuck
Okay.
here and that are stuck here in America. You know what his response was to me?
Huh.
Oh, well. You can look it up. It's an interview with Dennis Sperling. Look it up. He said, oh, well. Not in those words, but it was tantamount to that. Mentorship is important. If you're going to walk into a room and say, this is what I am, you damn it, you better be able to back it up. If you're going to sit here and say, I want a wife, then you better understand what comes with being a husband, brother. You
Do
better
you understand that to grow a flower, you gotta water it?
Absolutely. So then
So manhood.
stay your ass away from a wife.
Nah, hold on.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me finish.
Go ahead.
Manhood, masculinity,
Right.
is stripped and called evil in this society.
I agree.
So you can't tell somebody
Right.
to be a masculine individual in a society that shames it.
Let me ask you a question. I'm masculine.
Bro, you older.
You got a daughter. You have a daughter. You have a
Okay.
daughter. Would
Yeah.
you want one of these dudes that do not have the attributes of what a man is? A leader, provider, a guide, a nurturer, a man also that would die for his wife if need be. Basically, Christ-like attributes, Christ-like leadership. You check this guy. You know he ain't cut from that cloth. He's weak. Doesn't deserve to have a wife or a woman. Okay? He's not taking on those responsibilities. And your daughter says to you, I want you to vet him and tell me what you think, because I love him. What's going to be your response to her?
Okay, got an answer to that question.
Okay.
If she asks me, now I'm going for the premise of what you said. If she asks me, then I have to give my opinion.
Okay.
But let's be honest.
Right.
These girls ain't doing that, cuz.
Listen, my daughter, let me explain something to you about my daughter.
Okay, your daughter ain't the average.
I can only speak. This is why mentorship from older women and mentorship from older men are
You can't do this, bro. You can't do this.
We can't do what?
Because you gotta speak for the majority. Your daughter one child.
I'm not
I
speaking.
am though, but I am.
Okay, so we're talking two different talks then.
Yeah, we are, because I'm telling you the society of today.
Right.
And that's what you're going against.
Right.
And I'm telling you today, 2022,
right,
as a 34 young stuntman
right,
out here, dating in the field, active with a high body count,
right.
Bro, it ain't like that, cuz. Ain't like that. They not asking their daddies.
Let me ask you a question.
Bro, let's go. They ain't got no daddies.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna let you
the same chicks that were back in when I was growing up, they're not here?
Different women. Women. They old.
See, you know, all
nobody want them.
Hold on. No. I'm talking about the time. You guys keep saying that.
Bro,
That's all I
this
hear
okay,
is
bro,
it's different. Women back in the 80s are different than the women's in 2000.
I'm knocking it. I'm kicking it. I'm kicking it. The percentage and numbers are different.
I'm not, listen,
We're
the
not
percentage, hold on. The percentage of numbers have always been more women than men.
okay.
Because there are more,
Stop,
hold on, wait.
stop.
Listen, hold on, Dante, because what happens is people conflate the conversation. There's more women than men, so there's always going to be more women off than men because of simply there's more women than men. So that's not a good ratio to go down that road. That's not a good ratio.
Are you done?
There's 10 women to a man on this planet, brother.
Are you done?
There's always, hold on. There's always going to be more righteous women than righteous men. There's always going to be more wicked women than wicked men because of the numbers, period.
Are you done?
No, I'm not. Hold on. But I want you to hear what I'm saying to you. I understand that wickedness is more abundant on the planet. So if that's your
goal, Revelations, dude.
Okay.
This is in Revelations.
Brother, I'm not, I don't doubt. What I'm saying to you is the Lord tells you there's nothing new under the sun. Explain that.
Okay, can I talk?
Absolutely. I want you to explain
the
that.
Number. I'm not debating anything new on the sun. Listen, they took pictures of individuals in the 80s with iPhones. We ain't gonna play that. When I'm talking about numbers, math is different, bro. Women in your day, you had a better chance. And your day, you're not gonna tell me about my era. Cause you ain't in my era. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stay in your lane, my G. This is my era, my bro. I love you to death. I swear to God.
Right.
I love you. Anybody touching in front of me, I'm man going. Listen, this is my era. Old school. Let me tell you something. Let me teach you something. You had a better chance in your era to find a wife than my men in my era. The numbers, hold up, let me finish.
Go ahead, tell me. Go ahead.
60, 50 years ago, we was married at 80% ratio.
I agree.
Okay, what are we doing today? 24%?
Right.
Divorce. Okay.
I agree.
So what they tell you, hold on, let me finish, let me rock. Let me not King Griffey Jr.
Yes.
Right? So who is committing the divorces today?
Mostly
women. Who doing it?
Mostly women.
So are they wives?
Say it again?
Are they wives?
They were until they submitted for that divorce.
Me, you, bro, we're not gonna play these type of games. We both know our wife is an action. We both know a wife is an action, not a label. I have a mother.
Hold on, say it again. Say it again.
A wife ain't a label, it's an action.
Absolutely. So I'm trying to.
So they wasn't wives.
So hold on. Now you're asking two different questions. You said that it's mostly. You asked me who's mostly putting in for the divorce. I said women. You asked me were they wives. And I'm going to tell you, they have to be a wife to put in a divorce. Are you talking spiritually now?
We talking. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's talk.
We're conflating two conversations. Are we talking spiritually or carnally? Are we talking spiritually?
We talking about yes, sir.
We're talking spiritually.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were they wives? I don't know.
Yes.
I can't.
No, you do.
I can't answer that question. And most. Let me tell you why I can't. Let me tell you why I can't. Let me tell you why I can't. Let me tell you why. In most situations, I will agree with you. You know, some people just get married. Some women just get married because they just want to be claimed. Some women get married for the status. Some women get married for the bread.
80% though.
Got you. Listen, I'm not going on that because what I'm saying, I'll say most. I'm not going to give you a number, whether it's 80.
I got the numbers. You can Google it.
Cool. But that's not counting everybody. That's still an approximation. That's not a hardcore number where you can say 80%. Because black people don't like to. I'll tell you why.
Tell me
why. Okay. The reason why, well, divorce maybe, because divorce has to be.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Come on.
But what I'm saying, the point that I'm making to you when I say to you that you can't say is because I don't know spiritually all these women or the men.
Bro,
I don't know.
Dude, majority of divorces happen because of inconsiderable differences.
Can you prove that?
Yeah.
You can prove that. So you know the
Yes.
reason why all these women, the majority of
Yes.
these women get divorced.
Yes.
You know why?
Yes.
God. Okay, tell me why.
I do.
Tell me
I just
why.
told you.
Tell
you.
me. But they're not
Inconsiderable
wise.
differences,
They will never.
bro.
Okay.
Can I? Inconsiderable differences. You want your answer? It's on document, bro. You got a smartphone in your hand.
I'm saying to you.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm saying to you, my brother that's older, that's married, ain't been in the field.
Say that
Stay in
one
your
time.
lane.
I didn't hear you. Say
My
that one
brother
time.
that's older, my brother that is older, that's married, that ain't in the field. You need to understand. I love you, bro, but you wrong on this, my dude. These
Listen.
women, no, I listen. Now it's time for the teacher to listen. I'm in the field. That's like you telling me how to throw a jab, dude.
Not at all.
No,
Listen,
yeah, it is. Yeah,
not
it
at
is.
all.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Not
it
at
is.
all.
I'm telling you it is.
Let me explain to you why.
Bro, you get explaining a lot, but you ain't listen to a lot.
I am listening to you.
But you ain't in the field, G.
Brother.
Bro.
So let me ask you a question. So if I divorce my wife tomorrow.
Bro, you ain't, bro, I don't care about
that. My question. Listen to my question. If I divorce my wife tomorrow, you and I have kicked it, right? We kicked it deep, didn't we?
Yeah, you can bang. Yes, you can bang. Yes.
Cool. Nah, let's not even go there. You think I'm gonna have a hard time finding me another woman?
I just said that you can bang, bro.
Do you think? Okay, hold on. Do you think I'm gonna have a hard time finding a woman that's gonna be spiritual?
Yes.
Do you think I might? Excuse me?
Yeah. Yes.
No, I won't.
Yeah, bro. You just talking.
I won't.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
I'm gonna tell you
why.
why.
How do you know?
Because the ones that are not, I'm not gonna pay attention to. Because listen to me, brother. The vibe that I push out is of spirituality.
Your vibe will get denied.
Hold on. I'm not telling you that no thought is gonna slip in. I'm not telling you that. You know what I'm saying? Because we all sometimes have to have that conversation. I guarantee you I'm not marrying no thought. I'll guarantee you that. Now, will I date one? I don't know until I date. There's a lot of men that have masks on that front like there's something.
I'm not going for that, bro.
Hold on, brother. What I'm saying to you is, what I'm saying to you is when you have a trajectory and you know what you are as a man and what your value is, you're not going to have a problem finding yourself a woman.
Bro, I'm going to tell you this. Stop talking. Bro, divorce your wife and you're going to die alone. Stop. You're going to die alone. You're going to die with a teddy bear. You're going to die with a teddy bear and a dog.
I'm glad you told him to stop talking. I agree with M. Mills. Every woman is different. There's a lot of women who go by 1 Timothy chapter 2. I actually have a man who my daughter's trying to rule, and this is what I told my daughters: sit down. This man has never had kids, and he's trying to help, and you want to turn around and act like you the one with the britches. So it depends on the woman. Every woman ain't a 304 and everything or whatever. And I'm in my 50s. I can tell you right now, there are a bunch of 38-year-olds. That's the average that's come from me. I have been faithful to the person who I'm with. When I was back in the day, of course, I had my share of NBA players and referees and this and that and everything. But as I got older, things changed. I'm divorced.
Yeah,
I'm happy now. What's her name? Laura? Is it Larsa Pippen or whoever it is? It's a lot of older women. Lala Anthony. They can get whoever they want to, but the thing of it is that me being, saying quiet and sitting back and going by what the Bible say, I got more men than I can want to, have. They respect decent women. They respect decent women. Everybody trying to show their look crack and do all this and that.
No, you know what I'm saying? Game, bro. That's game, kid.
What I have
kid, that's game.
What I have to
agree with game, kid.
Hold on.
Bro, that's game.
I'm glad you all knowing, all seeing and all knowing. I'm so glad.
No one can be.
I am. You're right, because I'm out here.
Don't do that.
I'm all seeing. I'm out in the field.
No, you're not.
I am. When it comes to women, I am here. I'm in the building. I'm in the building. I have bad ones and good ones, fat ones and skinny ones.
Hold on, Dante. I agree with Dante. I agree with Dante. And then, we have to cover all corners. all corners have to be covered, right? A lot of these men that are going out, a lot of these men that are going out there and taking on these women have not had fathers in their life. So to expect a man to be a man, it's hard. It doesn't make sense. You can't expect someone to be something that they've never
Thank you.
seen, touched, or,
Thank you.
and it's the same thing with these women, right? When you take
Thank you.
the father out of the picture, you understand, when they don't understand what that, because women do look for validation. A daughter looks for validation from her father. It just
Come
is,
on, man.
right? So, again, a woman is going to measure her first love, which is her father, usually, against every other man she meets, and vice versa. A man is going to measure his first love, his mother, against every other woman that they're going to meet. So when you taint that formula, you have a zoo of madness. A zoo of madness. You have men that have a hard time understanding what being a man is in the Lord. And you have a hard time of finding a woman that understands what being a woman in the Lord is. It's hard. And then you have these two people trying to come together and figure this thing out when they should be separated, figuring it out first, and then
Preach.
together. You understand? So again, a lot of the times we have to look at the numbers. Just the numbers, and I'm not going into the divorce. I'm not going to go into that because we'll be here all night. What I'm saying is we have to understand that there's a whole lot of more women on this earth than men. So there's always going to be more women that are righteous than men and more women that are wicked than men. Period. Because of the numbers, period. That's it. Now, that's not to conflate or to just the numbers, period. The point of the matter is this. If we as men know this, right? You have all these platforms that say it. Are they speaking spiritually, Dante? Or are they saying, get your weight up, get your finances right, get your job right? You know what I'm saying? Get be able to have a crib and have some bread to be able to take care of her. This is what they're saying in the manosphere, correct?
Hold on. Are you speaking from the mind frame of a woman? I mean,
No, they're speaking from the mind frame of the manosphere guys. They tell the men,
that's true.
make
That's
sure
true.
you get
That's true.
right. Do you
That's true.
ever hear them say spiritually, get yourself together too, brother?
Yes.
You hear that a lot?
Yes.
I hear maybe two.
Alpha male strategy.
That's one. Go ahead. Go ahead. Name another. Give me four. Because I can give you a whole lot of them that don't say it.
Got me.
That's my point. That's the point that I'm making. That's the point. When you're telling these men to get it together physically, I get that. That's a part of it. But the most important part is the spiritual side. See, what you did when you came in here, you said, let me tell you something, man. I just need to vent right now because I got things on my chest that I got to let off because I don't want to take it into the real world. And this is the place to do it. That's a spiritual move if I didn't know it. Because how many men you know that's going to do that?
None.
Not too many.
I don't know none.
That's the point. The point of the matter is you have more men screaming out physical attributes, trying to say that if you move this way, right? If you move this way, you will get this chick to give you a biblical principle. Instead of them saying, before we even look at the bread and all that stuff, yeah, we need that to live on this earth. But we got to get your mind and your spirit right with God. Because if you lead with just you being physically good, in shape, bread, being able to take care of, and you have all the finances, these chicks will run circles around you.
Yeah, you're a trick.
Because the spirit is what leads you. The spirit is what's going to say, yo, Dante, leave this chick alone. That little voice in you that says, don't go left, go right. And typically when you listen to that voice, it leads you correctly. Am I wrong or am I right?
No, you 1,000. You 1,000.
Okay.
You
So
preach.
That's the point that I'm making. So to bring it back home to the young man who was married to this chick for 40 years and she emasculated him, don't blame the woman on that. We understand that she's off and she needs to deal with. So I'm not taking the responsibility and accountability from her. I'm saying that you made a physical, not you me personally. I'm saying that man made a physical choice to say, this woman is disrespectful. I don't even know her. She's disrespectful. I'm going to give her my last name. No one's to blame but him. No one's to blame. Because if my wife starts getting out of order, I'm talking about out of order where it's disrespectful, where she's calling me out my name and doing all this in front of people and all that. Brother, we ain't going to last a week. We ain't going to last a week. Now, I can understand my woman being upset with me and pissed off with me, not wanting to talk, huffing and puffing, all that stuff. That's regular stuff. But when you start to belittle me and emasculate me in public, we have a problem. Houston, there's a problem. And it's going to get solved real quick. And that's me. That's me. It's going to get solved. I promise you it will. Now, it may cost me. It may. But the one thing that's more important to me than anything on this earth is peace of mind, brother. Let me explain that to you. That's more important to me than anything on the planet. Peace of mind. If I don't have peace of mind, then I'm no good to nobody. I'm no good to anyone. So we have to, again, what's important is the mentorship. What's important is the spiritual part of it. I don't have a problem with you flying to Jupiter to go find yourself a chick. Do that. But be spiritual about it. That's all I'm saying. Just be spiritual about it so you don't make the same mistakes over there that you made here. And that woman that is going to become your wife, she is going to find a husband because they deserve that. Would you agree?
Yes.
That's my point. Period. That's my point.
You got a point there. You got a point there.
That's all I'm saying. That's
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
I got a question. Right?
Yes.
Because, okay, I'm speaking for a lot of men when I speak to this. We want to have that woman, right? Now, ain't many of them out here. Ain't many of them. How do you go about that? Now, we can say become a spiritual better man, but we got men in the Bible that died alone. Jesus number one. Okay.
Jesus. That's a bad example, but I get your point.
That's not a bad example. That's a real example.
Christ did have a wife, brother. He didn't die alone. He died for his wife. That's the difference.
The church? The church?
Yes. Christ wasn't meant to have a woman.
Okay.
The church was his wife. And he says that all the time. And he died for his wife.
Okay.
That's Christ. You brought that example. You brought it up.
That's fair, though. I don't want to build it to be my wife. I'm just saying. I
agree with you.
I want a woman. Right. We talk about a woman here. Like, I get it, a building in the society, but
right.
Bro, you was out here desert, okay?
So let me ask you guys. So let me just make sure I understand your question. You're saying to me that there's I agree with you that there's more wicked women than righteous women. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that there's more wicked men than righteous men? Would you agree?
No.
So let me say the question again to you. So you don't agree that there's more wicked men than righteous men?
Right.
You think that there's more righteous men than wicked men?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me say this to you.
I can tell you the numbers.
Let me say this to you. According to the Bible, you're wrong.
According to the Bible, no one is right.
No,
today. Not even you.
Listen to me.
Not even you.
Listen to me. According to the Bible, there's
always, no one is right.
Listen to me. There's always going to be a majority of wicked, then there will be a righteous. And that's on both ends.
No one is
why
right
he
on
says-
earth.
Hold on, but what I'm saying to you, that's why when he says I'm coming for a remnant. A remnant is small piece. Small. It's not
That
big.
could be past tense.
No, that's now.
How do
The
you
Lord is-
know that?
Because the scripture says that his children that he's coming to pick up on his second time around, hold on. On his second time around is a remnant. Many are called, few are chosen.
Chosen. I know this. Come on, this.
Okay, so there will be a lot of people that say Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.
That's in Revelations. I got you.
But few will make it.
I got that.
All
Keep
right,
it going.
if few will make it, that means that there will be more left than taken. That's what that means. All right, so that means, gotcha. So we're cooking with oil. So that means there's going to be more men that are righteously there will be less men that are righteously taken than wicked men that stay.
I agree.
And the same thing for women. You said you didn't agree before. So now that we agree, we got that ironed out.
No. I know. I agree that he's going to take more righteous men than he ain't taking the wicked.
But that's okay. So that's the same question I asked you before. I said to you, do you believe that there's more wicked men than righteous men? You said no.
Do I believe there's more wicked men than righteous men?
Right. I would
No,
say,
I don't believe that.
So you believe that there's more righteous men than wicked?
Yes.
Okay. Well then, okay.
The numbers say it, bro.
But then,
bro, this is okay. You did all talk. It's math, G. 30% of men are virgins, bro. In America,
right,
bro. Google, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the Bible?
Bro, yes, you know I do.
Okay, so
we talking numbers today.
Hold on, forget the numbers. We're talking about God.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm a man. I can't do it.
Hold on, but then that's where the argument. That's where we separate. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna believe God. I'm not gonna believe man's approximation. So my question to you. If God says many are called, but few are chosen, that's in men and women. That's in men and women. So that means many men will be called, but few will be chosen.
Okay, can I break that down, bro?
Please go.
That's talking about in the whole spectrum of society of the world of men.
That's what I'm talking about.
If you're talking about, bro, if you're talking about that, then yeah.
But that's what I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
No, you're not. No, you're not. We talking about right now.
Right. Before we were
right
talking
now.
No.
Right.
Hold on. Wait, stop. When I was talking about men here in America, I wasn't conflating it just as black men. Even though we would have right, so we did not disagree. I'm saying to you that there are more wicked women on earth because there's more women on earth. Period.
I'm saying more wicked women on earth because society pushes it.
Whatever it is.
No. It ain't a number. It's not. No. It's not a numbers thing on the women. It's society pointing towards them. Society's driving toward them. Society understands Adam and Eve. To break the man, you break the woman. Women protect society. Men protect a woman.
On that. I'm not going to.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Are there more women than men?
Bruh.
I'm asking you a question. Are there more women than men?
Yes.
Okay, so you know numbers. What's the approximation of women to woman to man? What's
in
the
America?
Approximation? Let's deal with America. Go.
21-1.
21 women to 1. So that means if there's 1 million men, there's 20 million women. Okay?
Yes.
So let's work with that number. 1 million to 20 million.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Will there, in that number that we're dealing with, will there be more wicked women than men?
Yes, by numbers, yes.
That's my point. Will there be more righteous women than righteous men?
No, not today.
I didn't ask you that. I'm giving you the numbers, the 1 million to 20 million.
I say no.
So you're telling me that in that 1 million men, there's going to be more. Wow.
Yes, okay. I'm telling you that. Yes.
Okay, brother. All right.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because
Marcus,
let me tell you why.
Please tell me why. Go ahead before we get Marcus in. Go ahead.
Because we have more men asking for wives than more women asking for husbands.
You know what you're saying. Listen, I'm not saying that you're wrong. What I'm saying to you is your numbers is off. Because if you have 1 million men to 20 million women, and
That
you
means
can
there's a
say,
lot of
hold
wicked
on,
women, bro.
and I agree with you. I don't disagree with you on that because the numbers say that, right? So I agree with you. But what I'm saying to you is you're trying to say that there's going to be more righteous men
Yes,
than righteous women.
yes, because
Okay.
we are the head. Yes, we are the top. Yes,
What does that have to
yes,
do with us being
yes, yes. Agent of order and the agent of chaos. Yes, I agree. Yes, there's
okay.
more of us that want to be husbands than them want to be wives.
But does that
Yes,
make, but listen to me. If 1 million women, if 1 million men, let's give an approximation. Let's say 500,000 of those men want to be husbands. Let's say half of that. Half
okay.
a million, 500,000 men want to be husbands.
Mhm.
Out of that 20 million women, how many do you think want to be righteous wives?
None.
Wow.
5%. 10 at tops.
All right,
10
brother.
tops.
All right, listen.
10 tops. Bro, I'm out here. Hold
Oh,
on. Stop.
okay,
Bro,
listen. I'm not gonna
okay,
argue
hold
with
on.
you.
Can I preach? Can I preach? I'm
Can
out
you?
here, bro. I'm out. Can I preach?
You
I
know
said that.
all 20 million
Bro,
women.
I'm out here. Yes.
I'm
I'm
asking you.
out here. Bro,
Here's my
stop it with the
question.
semantics.
No,
I'm
we
out.
gotta be hold on. When you're saying all,
I'm gonna try it.
we gotta
I'm
be
gonna
semantic. When you say,
okay,
oh, we never speak in absolute, brother. I don't know every woman. I don't know every man.
we talking 90%.
God,
I'm
where do
talking
you get
90,
these
bro.
numbers from? Where do you get these
Bro,
numbers from?
you got a phone in your hand
So I
that
can
you
Google,
talking into.
I can
Yes,
look
you
up,
can Google.
I can
You can Google. You
wicked women.
let me you bro. Let me get your face. Stop. Don't. I don't play word games.
Go ahead.
Google
Right.
men who want to be wives. I mean, men who want to be husbands, and
Right.
women want to be wives. And Google it,
Okay. I'm gonna
bro.
Google that.
Google it. You gonna see 30% of men are virgins. You gonna see 20% of men are pregnant all the women. Bro, they're called rappers. Future got 9 baby. Bro, stop it. I got a brother right now that got 7 baby mamas.
Oh, hold on
You
one
not
second.
finna sit and tell me this.
Ane asked the question. Hold on. Ane, a righteous man is a man that follows God. The same as a righteous woman is a woman that follows God. So
The woman gotta follow the man to follow God, bro. Stop it.
so what about those women that, because the scripture says a woman cannot be married and still follow God? Did you read that?
Oh, say it again. I'm sorry.
Did you read that it says that a woman don't have to have a husband to follow God? Did you read that? It says that in the book too. She doesn't have to she doesn't have to have a husband.
All right, so what's the numbers on that?
The same way the husband doesn't have to have a wife. He can choose to say, I don't want a wife. I'm just gonna follow the Lord.
All right, well, you talking to a very small number, and I want you to know that.
Whether it's small or great,
Hey, that's what I'm talking about, the greater number.
Okay,
we
cool.
I'm talking about the greater number, bro.
We're gonna talk about this, you and I. We're gonna talk about this, you and I, because
we gonna have to, because we not agreeing, bro. Because
brother,
you talking about something that's not in reality today.
We're gonna deal with it. We're gonna deal with it. We're gonna talk about it. Let's get Marcus in on this because we gotta end it soon. Marcus, what's going on, brother? Welcome.
What's up, brother? What's up, Lyric? What's up, Dante? Nice to meet you, man.
That was good.
Yeah, absolutely. God bless. No, I was just coming up here because I was hearing somebody referenced Larsa Pippen. I think it was Sister Sophia, and I guess talking about I think some of those celebrity wives and stuff like that. So I just came up here. I wasn't sure what the exact context was. So I was just swinging by these YouTube streets. So y'all can fill me in real quick.
Oh, I think I think the example that she was making is just that, there's older women that are good, and there are older women that are cougars that are not. I think that was the example she brought.
Is that are they trying to make it that Larsa was good or bad?
I believe bad. That she's picking on. She's dating Jordan.
Okay, I was just making sure because you can add some context to
I
that.
don't think she was trying to say she was good. I guess she was. I mean, it is what it
right.
is.
Well, if I could piggyback off that, I know it's your channel and stuff. I know it's your stream. So,
oh no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, so Larsa, for example, right? Because Scotty and Larsa, anybody who knows sports, because I'm one of the biggest sports fanatics, and I'm a huge Bulls fan, Jordan fan. and Scottie Pippen fan. So obviously, anybody who knew the '90s, you couldn't speak about NBA without referencing the Bulls, right? Everybody here in the panel, anybody who knows Chicago and what was happening, they were dominating NBA. But Scottie and MJ were teammates; they were close, and obviously Larsa, being who she was, met him. They must have met at maybe, I don't know, a club or social meetings or whatever. They ended up getting together. They were physically attracted to each other. She knew who he was. He didn't know who she was. Obviously, baller. She was a physical elite athlete. And he was coming out in tabloids and magazines and all that kind of stuff and posters. But one thing she did was, what was the saying that you say, Bolo? Your vibe attracts your tribe. That's one of your sayings. And I don't know if he didn't vet her properly enough, or if the true skeletons were coming out of the closet. But she, once they separated, once they were, I guess, on and off or whatever, she ended up dating Malik Beasley, who was at least over 20 years younger than him, or than her, because she's in her late 40s now. She's like 48, 49 years old now. Malik Beasley right now is like 26. At the time when they were together, they split up like about a year and a half ago. Then she ends up getting with Marcus Jordan. Now, even though they say they're not friends and stuff like that, but they catch him at the concerts, very, touchy-feely. Also, remember, she's going to Marcus Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, and that's who ex-husband's teammate son. That's Scottie Pippen. So, and he's 31 years old. She's 48, and you catch the track record, right?
I see.
So
you see it. I mean, you see it.
The pattern is there, and it's
Right.
it's a shame. It's a shame that people. You got to understand, especially if you're a certain person who has a responsibility and duty, and especially if you have kids. Imagine the ridicule and the embarrassment sometimes that a son will have to carry that, especially in the social media day and age. And Scottie Pippen Jr., which is their son, which is one of their 4 kids, and he's an elite athlete. He's being looked upon, 4-star recruit. He's been in college, I guess, for the last 3 years or so, I believe, 2 to 3 years. So he has to face that. He was facing some of that, especially during like the pandemic era, post-pandemic, and everybody that was indoors. All you had time was to be on what? Your tablets, your phones, your laptops, your desktops, your smart TVs. So that's a prime example of Larsa being one with like streets, if you know what I mean. Trying to throw stones at her, but the evidence, if it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, it's usually what? A duck. Right?
Absolutely.
So
let me just say, can I say one thing, Marcus, as you go on?
Yeah, go for it.
A lot of the times when we have conversations, sometimes we infer our personal feelings into it. Right? A lot of the times. What we need to understand is this. God don't give a damn about our personal feelings. Let's understand that. Scripture says that we serve God in spirit and in truth, period. He doesn't care about the humanics part, or we serve him in spirit and in truth, period. 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 We have to stop putting our personal, what we want to be in there. The Lord says we serve him in spirit and in truth. That's it. If you ain't in the spirit and in truth, you ain't serving God. That's it. I know it sounds, it sounds good to try and put anything else in there, and I understand it. Sometimes I want to do it. I get it. But I'm doing myself a disservice. You're doing yourself a disservice. The Lord says if you're not serving him in spirit and in truth, you are not serving him, period. So this is not about what I think or what I want to add to it. This is what it is. This is what it is. And this is what's going to make a lot of people fall off, because, we better understand that. Listen, we need to start reading, man, and start studying and start opening the book and understanding what the book says. Please. Not our personal feelings, not freestyling. What the book say. At the end of the day, we can't get away from numbers. You can't sit here and tell me there's 20 women to 1 and then say more men are going to be righteous than women. It doesn't make sense. Numbers don't add up. It doesn't make sense. And then the scripture says, many are called, few are chosen. That's on both ends.
Yeah, that's true.
So if we add that to the men and we add that to the women, there's more women than men. So if he's saying many are called in the women, but few will be chosen, and there's 20 to 1 in America only on the women's side. And then it comes here and he says, many are called, few are chosen on the men's side. There's only 1 million. Let's go with that number. How do you say
more? The number of men are going to be small then.
Right. More men and more children will be saved than men, because there are more men, more women, and more children. It's just the math. It's just the math. Now, again, I know that might not sound good because that's scary. It is. It's very scary, but it is what it is. So you either move in the spirit as if you listen, the Lord died for me. I'm making it. I'm there. I'm saved. Period. I don't think otherwise. I don't move otherwise. However, we better understand that we better serve him the way he tells us to serve him, not the way we feel. Not the way we feel. And that's our problem. So I just wanted to interject that, because I know sometimes, when we come across certain things and sometimes the way things are said, it doesn't feel good to swallow it. But at the end of the day, the Lord says what the Lord says. That's what he says.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So however you want to break that down, being spiritual, meaning follow him the way he tells you to. That's what that means. Having that relationship with him, opening up your heart and serving him the way he wants you to serve him, not the way we want to. So, I mean, I can't really speak to, I really don't get, I really don't really, I mean, I see those conversations with Pippin's wife and whatever, but
yeah. And like I said, I wasn't.
You're a sports guy, so you're in it.
Well, I wasn't here to
no.
be against anybody's side or nothing.
No, I'm glad you gave the breakdown, but I'm not.
I wasn't here to get on Sister Sophia.
No,
I was actually trying to be on her side or nothing like that.
Marcus,
yeah.
Not about that, bro.
You good, Marcus. I love you.
Yeah, I love you too.
You gave us class.
It's just because and then people no disrespect to the gentleman earlier too, but we got to understand too, celebrities, or that's what they call themselves, that they live different lives, and they live a life that certain things they sign up for. There are certain things called NDAs. There are certain things that are not. They have a overzealous, very sensual, zesty life, if you know what I mean. Sometimes,
right?
And they have certain things behind closed doors, or they make it public, or they have like an OnlyFans, or they have something that later comes out on TMZ or something like that. And it's not the life of the average human being on earth.
Absolutely.
That's what they call them, the 1%ers, right? Because they make so much money, they're on TV, and they can get away with certain things. They have people that clean up their messes, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And we don't. So God is going to judge us at the end of it.
At the end of the day, the Lord sees it all, and that's the point. The conversation went left because we were talking about, the men searching for wives and this, that, and the third, and the men being held accountable for the women that they pick. And to catch you up, what was said is, how can you hold a man accountable for the woman that he picks if he wasn't brought up in that thought process of being a man? Because it's more than just telling a young kid to be a man. They have to experience it. They have to be around it. They have to see it. So my response to that was, you're absolutely right. But here's the point. Because you don't know the law, does it absolve you from the results of being persecuted by the law? I said, no. Okay. So if you jump into saying, I'm going to be a husband, Because you don't know everything that goes into being into husbandry, you're still held accountable for that. You don't jump into something and say, well, I didn't know. Absolutely. Got you. That doesn't mean I ain't going to punish you for it. I'm glad as an older man, you can now admit that you did wrong. But that don't mean I'm not going to punish you for the wrong that you did. You're still held accountable. Same thing on the woman's side. You don't know what being a good woman is, and you choose this dude. You made that choice. You chose him. So there's a punishment that comes with that too. When, it is what it is. If you have no inclination on what being a husband is, then sit your behind down and learn it. Learn it. You don't become a husband when you get married. Where do you guys get that from? Same way you don't become a wife when you become a wife. You're a wife before you are wifed. That's why the scripture says, he who findeth a wife, it is a good thing. You found her. She wasn't married yet, but she had the pillars of what a wife should be instilled in her from the elder women around in her circle. Same as you men. You were a husband before you met her. Why? Because you had the pillars of what a husband should be instilled in you before you met her. Now, when you two get together, now you apply it and you make it work for you two. Period.
I love that so much because I have so many friends who tell their significant other or their husband. It was one, oh my God, 2 years ago. And she was crying and boohoo and saying, I'm a good woman to you. I've been a good wife for 7 years and everything, and you cheated. And, so I cooked and cleaned and took care of the kids and everything. Ain't nobody else going to do it. I'm a good wife. And the guy turned around and said, no, you ain't. You a bleep, bleepity bleep. And I was like, oh, Lord, and he was like, you knew it and you didn't say anything. So that was your choice. I'm still going to do what I did. And regardless of what you say, regardless of the phone calls, you see what I did. That don't, because you let it happen, don't make you a good woman. It just makes you a bleepity idiot. And I just didn't say, I mean, what can you say? Girl, it's going to be all right. Cause to a degree, did nobody force her? But you got to have some pride and morals for yourself. So I appreciate this conversation. You are so correct, Golu.
You have to serve God. That's what
That
this
part.
is.
That part.
At the end of the day, before she's a wife, before she's a mother, she's a woman of God. Before I'm a father, before I'm a husband, I'm a man of God. These positions are prevalent to me being a husband and to her being a wife. Period. Because in our marriage, these things have precedent in it, right? There's a certain way she's going to treat me, and there's a certain way I'm going to treat her because of who we serve together. Because of who we serve together. Just because I go off doesn't give her permission to go off, and vice versa. You know what? Let me read this, and then we're gonna end it, man. Then we're gonna end it. Because this scripture, although it's speaking towards women, it's applicable to men also. It's applicable to men also. It's not just a woman. We need to start understanding what we're reading. Because we're having an issue. We think this because we come here and we read once a month or once a week, that's reading. It's not. It's not. Your salvation depends on this. This is 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 1. And it reads, wives. So we know who it's talking to. It's not talking to girlfriends. It's talking to wives. Likewise, be submissive to your own husband. Now, that's not the point of this now, being submissive. Remember, we were talking about her being a servant of the Father first. It reads on that even if some do not obey the word, who's the some? Your husband. That's the sum. That even if some do not obey the word, they without a word may be won by the conduct of their wives. So if I'm married to my wife, I'm married to my wife. If I'm not obeying the Lord, that doesn't give you liberty to follow me. You continue doing what you're supposed to do as a child of the Lord. Because again, men are going to go off. We're not perfect. We're going to go off. Same way as you. And this is vice versa also. Because your wife goes off, that doesn't mean you go with them. It says, without a word may be won by the conduct of their wives. So when your husband, who is supposed to be a man of God, sees your conduct and see how you're moving, see that you didn't join him in being tilted. When they observe your chaste conduct accompanied by fear, when they observe you and see you continuing to do what you're doing, do not let your adornment be merely outward arranging the hair, wearing gold, or putting on fine apparel. Rather, let it be the hidden person of the heart with the incorruptible beauty of a gentle and quiet spirit. This is what you're supposed to be. If your husband is going left, you don't go left with him. You stay on point. And I know it's going to be hard. Easier said than done. But this is what the Lord is telling us to do. Then it reads on. Incorruptible beauty or a gentle and quiet spirit, which is very precious in the sight of God. For in this manner, in former times, the holy women who trusted in God, that's the point. This whole thing is about our relationship with the Father and our trust in Him. You have to trust that He's going to get my husband back on point. I'm going to trust that He's going to get my wife back on point, because this is not about you. I don't get my wife back on point. He does. The Father does. She's not in fear of me. She's in fear of Him. She's in fear of who I represent. Don't fear me. Fear Him. For in this manner, in former times, the holy women who trusted in God also adorned themselves, being submissive to their own husbands, as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters you are, if you do good and are not afraid with any terror. Because husbands likewise dwell with them with understanding, giving honor to your wife, to the wife. The Lord covers it all. She ain't less than. We all have a position. Yes. Are they equal in purpose? No. But are they equal in creation? Yes, they are. We can't do this without them. They are joint heirs, man. Joint heirs. Husbands likewise dwell with them with understanding, giving honor to your wife as to the weaker vessel. Listen to this, guys. As being heirs together of the grace of life, the gospel, as being heirs together. What does together mean? You and I, as being heirs together of the grace of life. And listen, if you don't do this, this is what happens: that your prayers may not be hindered. This isn't a game that we're in this on, man. We're here to serve the Father, not in the way we want to, in the way He wants us to. So all these talking points, they sound good. They do. Makes for good YouTube. It does. It does. All circular conversations. There's no solution to it. It just sounds good. It's all it is. Sound bites. That's all it is. No
Shut up,
solution.
Mr. Best.
The solution is serving Christ the way he wants us to, not the way we deem fit. That's what this is. And if you got a problem with me saying that, then unsubscribe, man. It's all good. This is not a game, man. We don't do this just to do it because we have nothing else to do. Hell, I cut my birthday short to come here. I had one person telling me, party all night. It's your birthday. Nah, this is important. To me, the village is important to me. I love the people here. This is not a game for me. Do we laugh and we joke? Hell yeah, we do. But this is not a game for me. This is life for me. Life. You were going to say something, Marcus?
No, I'm just shouting out to Mr. Best in the chat. Intellectual Soapbox. Yes, he said what's up to all of us.
What up? So let's get this.
I apologize, though. Keep going.
No, you good, bro. Now you good. You good. Don't worry about it. You ain't got to apologize. Lyric, give us a psalm to read. But before you give us a psalm to read, does anyone disagree? Anyone want to add? Phoenix, do you want to add?
I definitely love and appreciate what you said, because that's, believe it or not, what got me focused. The Bible, reading it the correct way, not going by. And like I said, I didn't have the discipline for it. So this is one of the few channels, only 3 that I could subscribe to. And this was one of the ones, this and Knowledge and Relationship and In Touch Ministry, because I needed that focus. I needed that, to be guided and directed on something that wasn't going to let me fall. So I appreciate it. I promise you, it's easier with the Bible. I still slip, but my particular guy said, I'm investing in you. You're an investment. No more self-deletion talk, because it's pushing me away. So I had to listen to it. And he was like, if you made the promise, make that promise, and then that's it, and go forward. Don't look back. Mm-hmm. I'm not back there. So I appreciate it. The Bible doesn't promote fear. God isn't fear. God is love. God is going to keep you focused and happy. You fear him and put it in his hands, and you will see how smooth you can sail, how smooth you can swim. That's all I got.
Marcus, anything on you?
No, man, I just appreciate you taking the time out of your day to deliver these messages and speaking his word and stuff, because I know there was times where I felt pretty hard, pretty heavy. And obviously, when I opened up on your panel that the other.
Yes, you did.
And, there are times where I almost questioned my faith, and there are times where I fell from grace, or I felt like I did a dishonor. And, so I just appreciate it. My mother believes in God, believes in from the Christian aspect of it. And, she's always been a woman of faith herself as well, even though there are times where she did make mistakes. She's here still now, and she took accountability for things that she did. And then my father, he's also believed in God as well. Regardless of what he went through too, he still knew that there was a God out there. So, I appreciate you just letting me up on this panel, the message you give, and you practice what you preach, and the ladies as well, Lyric and Sister Sophia, and I appreciate y'all. That's it. And everybody in the chat as well.
I'm trying, man. Thank you, and thank you for Mr. Beston will drop down. Thank you for sharing, man. I really appreciated that day in which you shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man, for letting me. I guess I needed to let it out. I guess so. It's been a while since I shed a tear like that.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
We need to talk, man. You didn't call me. I need to call you,
man. No, you good. You know what? This weekend, I'm gonna give you that call. Not you. Doubt. I am. I will.
No doubt. Lyric. And then give us your psalms after you finish your thought. Lyric, you there?
I think she divested from the panel. I think she
No,
knocked
she
out.
probably.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you
Yeah,
go.
she goes. Oh, damn, Lyric.
So, well, no, I think that it is a good space. I think that, not that I think, but I know I'm glad that people, aren't scared to, like, just truly testify and open up about like how they're feeling, how they feel towards God, just their journey alone. I think that it would just be, you know, it would be unfortunate if we all got up here and just shared, all these happy stories as if, we don't get to spaces where, it's dark and we're not happy and, you know, we just tell how we gone through and then how we come out. I'm happy about that, and I'm grateful that you allow people, to speak and talk about just their journey, because the journey alone to me is beautiful, because at the end of it, getting to know him and being transformed in him is so amazing. So I'm just grateful, for the panel, and to you for allowing people to just, talk about his goodness and just share their stories. That is truly amazing. And I think that we can go with
Before you give us your
songs.
Psalms, I wanted you to talk to the fact of picking and choosing how we want to serve the Father and not understand and not serving him according to the word. Can you tell me your thoughts on that?
I mean, you already know my thoughts. You laugh every time I say it, but you can't pick and choose. It would be like going up to a 39-story building and, thinking that you're going to defy gravity, and, just saying, I'm going to jump and see for myself, you're walking around saying that you don't believe in gravity, and then, you want to test it out. So you jump thinking that, you have a way to, you know, you have a way to control it, that you're not gonna smack the concrete or whatever's down there. You cannot choose what you're going to do or how you're going to serve him. You cannot avoid his law. You can't do it, because in the end you're truly going to see, who has control, who has the power.
Okay,
And when you're walking in a way in which you think that you can control him, you're going to quickly find out, who has the ultimate control.
absolutely. What's your Psalms? And then
39,
you said Psalms 30,
39.
39. Mr. Soapbox 84, what's the dilly, yo?
What up, Mr. Best?
Man, salute to all the family. Oh man, I love being around all y'all, man. For real, for real. Um, Bolo, man, as always, man. True indeed. You already know how we get down, brother. Much love
Yeah,
to
I was
you.
supposed to
Much
call
love.
you. I forgot. I was supposed to call you. I got your message. I'm gonna call you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's more business stuff as usual. You know how we do.
No doubt.
Um, you know what I'm saying? And also shout out to Lady Lyric Speaks. Lady Phoenix. Oh, good to see you, sister. You know what I'm saying? Marcus, what up, baby? You
I
know what I'm
love
What
you,
up?
saying?
84.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, mm, I want to speak to what Bola was saying about how, a lot of times there's circular conversation without any type of resolution or any type of meaning or things that people are trying to really do in order to really help uplift people. And I just, I know, today, was a hard day for some people in my team. We were seeking monetization. We didn't get it. We were told a reason that was not valid, but it is what it is. I just want to tell my team, M3, everybody, Marcus, everybody, Lady Phoenix, everybody that supports Bolo, Lyric, everybody that supports us, we're gonna hold our head, we're gonna keep our head, we're gonna keep going, we're gonna keep moving forward. Now, I mean, Mr. Brian, I see you in the chat. Thank you for supporting us. We're gonna keep going. We're not gonna stop, and we're not gonna stop our overall path and our vision. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times you'll have a lot of negativity or evil, as they say, try to stop you from doing what you have to do. but we have to stay steadfast in, what we're doing, and Bolo, I just want to thank you for always staying steadfast, brother, for always continuing to do what you have to do, for continuing to put that positive energy out there, to put that love out there. It's definitely an inspiration for me. Like I said, you made me believe that I can actually do this whole thing, be an avatar, have a brand, do all that. It was you that I seen that did it. It inspired me. And I'm always going to look up to you. You're always going to be big bro. And you already know how we get down. So that's that. But I want to just speak to, to just stay encouraged, man, to not get caught up in the, like he said, circle of conversation, just trying to have, YouTube just for the sake of just having views and clicks and not having that integrity, not having that real content that really is driven to change the narrative, to give something to people that they can actually, use, manifest, and be a part of, yet entertain them as well. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, Bolo, I want to thank you for always having that space for the people. And I'm gonna be doing some streams, for the rest of the holiday to really help people, to really, help those who are in need, to get donations, and just to have people come up and share. Lady Phoenix, I want you there. I want everybody there. Come up. I'll be doing them on Monday and Thursdays before our flagship show. Bolo, come up. And it's called Healing for the Holidays, okay? I really want y'all to come up, share scripture, share good words, share your stories, share your holiday stories, share how your year been. I want to hear all of them. You know what I mean? I'm gonna definitely share as well. But yeah, like Bolo, thank you for always changing the narrative, man, and inspiring me and others. I appreciate that. And salute to you, man. Salute to everything that you've done. Salute to everybody here. So yeah, much love, y'all.
Well,
Shout out salute to you, bro.
my response to you is thank you. However, I couldn't do this without you guys. So this, it's the Father. We have Lyric that comes up here. Um, it's a real pillar in this village. So is Anthony. And we have others. Nay, we have Butterfly, Vaughn is here, and Mills. Pasha, we still looking for him. Um, and so many others that are here. And relentlessly they come religiously. I think relentlessly was the wrong word. Religiously they're here. Whether they worked, whether they've done whatever, they're here. And no one gets paid. The only thing we ask to pay is attention and to pay it forward. And they continuously do it. So I want to thank you guys, 84 for coming up and, having the conversations that you have on your channels. You know what I'm saying? And M3, because again, it's easy to talk about the nonsense. It's easy. It's harder to have some type of content that's going to build people because it's not going to be, a lot of people are not going to come. Thank you, Ane. A lot of people are not going to come, but to have the strength to continue pushing forward, that's the love. And it's all done for the betterment of our spirit and into the accepting of our Lord and Savior. So that's all I got to say. Sweatbread walks in. Sweatbread, no questions. Just make a quick statement. No questions. We pulling the night down.
That is so mean.
Why does that mean? Sweatbread would have came up here and asked a question that would have kept us here to Thursday. And okay. He knows that's what Sweatbread does. Sweatbread, what's going on, baby?
God is good. God is great. Thank you, Bolo, for a leader. Thank you for your time, your effort. I myself, as a middle-aged man, black man, I was born without a father, but I think for Anthony T. Biz, you, Vaughn, it's like I can get the fatherly advice here. And I thank you because my life is valuable because as I come here, I can stay focused, I can stay on track. As I'm trying to make it to heaven, but I know every time I come here, I'm a step closer to, gaining more with the Father and more into heaven. That's what I want to come in to say.
Okay, brother. Well, listen, I'm going to always say this, and I know you guys don't like when I say it. I'm going to say it. Thank the Father. Thank him because he's the one that does it. It's not me. You guys come up here and you guys add to it. It's you guys. It's not me. Please thank the Father. And I appreciate it. I do. But it's him. It's Christ. I promise you it's him. Miss Anae, the person that always gets A plus.
And she came up here hidden.
Hey,
I mean,
sister,
hidden.
what's going on?
What's going on, Anae?
Hey, beautiful sister.
Hey y'all. Well, I just wanted to come up. I know you said you agreed to get off, but
No, say what you gotta say. No.
One, I wanted to say, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Bolo. Happy birthday to you.
Bang.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank
And
you.
now to the translation for the SAP, the Spanish version. Here you go, Bodo. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños, Don Bolo. Feliz cumpleaños a ti y muchos más. Feliz cumpleaños, hermano. Happy birthday, brother.
Gracias.
I didn't know Sister Anya could sing like that. I didn't know you could sing like that. Hold on now.
Thank you. Gracias, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. The Lord.
And I'll have your flan and I'll have your
birthday, brother.
cake ready
Happy
for
birthday.
you.
Happy birthday, Bolo.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you. Lord bless me with, 50. Hopefully he blesses me with another 50.
You want flan or you want tres leches? Decide, mother lover.
Tres leches, brother. Come on, man. Come on. Give me the tres leches all day.
I got you.
All day. I'll take it.
I got you.
Bolo, you're a baby.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm just 50. I hope I just make. I'm like, oh my.
I don't know about that baby part, Lady Phoenix. I don't know about that baby part.
Facts.
Well, I'm 38, so you know.
Yeah, he's a baby. He's a baby. 38.
Big time, yep.
God.
Yeah, so what do you think about 28? You think I'm what?
Oh,
in the belly still? I'm still in the belly?
Oh, 28. My kids are 23 and 30, so yeah, you could be my baby.
I got you.
Yep,
I'm part of the village.
Hey, village, man. We got all sorts of people in here. We got everyone from different regions, everyone from different vocations, and that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. The beauty of it is, we just saw the video on Wednesday. Perspective. Perspective is so important. Everyone has a piece of the jigsaw. We all do. And together, when we put these pieces together, we see that picture. Without it, we're just one jigsaw apart from seeing the total picture. And that one little piece can change the whole trajectory of which way we go, right? For example, I love you, I hate you. Just the replacement of that one word changes the whole trajectory of that sentence and what it invokes. So everyone is important. We all need everyone to put their brick in. The Lord is making this spiritual church. Every person is a brick, and every person has a specific place that they need to be. So no matter how great or how small, and I give this example all the time, and then I'll get into the Psalms. All of us have bumped our heads, and it hurts. But when you bump your pinky toe, that shuts everything down. So, from the smallest to the greatest, we all are needed. What was that Psalm against lyric? Was it 39?
Yeah.
Okay. So 39 Psalms we're going to read, guys, and then we are going to say goodnight and try to do it again. Psalms 39. And it reads, I said, I will guard my ways, lest sin with my tongue. I will restrain my mouth with a muzzle, while the wicked are before me. I will mute with silence. I held my peace even from good, and my sorrow was stirred up. My heart was hot within me. While I was musing, the fire burned. Then I spoke with my tongue. Lord, make me to know my end And what is the measure of my days, that I may know how frail I am? Indeed, you have made my days as handbreadths, and my age is nothing before you. Certainly, every man at his best state is but vapor, Salah. Surely, every man walks about like a shadow. Surely, they busy themselves in vain. He heads up riches and does not know who will gather them. And now, Lord, what do I wait for? My hope is in you. Deliver me from all my transgression. Do not make me the reproach of the foolish. I was mute. I did not open my mouth because it was you who did it. Remove your plague from me, and I am consumed by the blow of your hand. When with rebukes you correct man for iniquity, you make his beauty melt away like a moth. Surely every man is a vapor, Salah. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and give ear to my cry. Do not be silent at my tears, for I am a stranger with you, a sojourner, as all my fathers were. Remove your gaze from me, that I may regain strength before I go away, and I am no more. Amen. Father, thank you for allowing us to come together and worship and praise your name. Thank you. As we open up our minds, our bodies, our souls, our spirits, we ask that you replace our ego, our anger, our stress, our malice, hate with love, patience, mercy, grace, long suffering, love. We thank you for your sacrifice, Father. But we are not worthy of anything that you do. We're not worthy of your love, but yet you give it. We ask that you please transform us by our heart first, our mouth second, and our hands after, so that we may be the images you need us to be, the living testimonies, the living ark that holds your presence. We ask, Father, to please help those that suffer with mental illness, depression, those that just suffer with addiction and think that they just should not live. Please let them know that there is no glory in death, but there is glory in life in serving you. We ask, Lord God, also that you put a spirit on us of obedience, submission to you, to understand you, to follow you, not to add what we want to, but to read what you say, to feel what you say, to hear what you say, to see what you say, and do our best to do it. Lord God, we're going to mention some names. We ask that you please protect them, their families. We ask that you encamp your angels around them. If they are sick, we ask you that you please give them the strength to persevere. If they are in transit, we ask that you give them travel mercy so that they can get back home. And if they have suffered death, we ask that you please comfort them in their time of loss. Lord God, we ask you to please protect Mika, Be Easy, Miss Carrington, Tazar Poth, Playful, Derek, Little Rock, Coach, Bam, Anthony, Steve, Lyric, Nova, Novea, Lexi, Fallon, Smiles, B, Chris, German, Irving, AGAG, Sheree B, Alex Lincoln, CJ, Tia, LA Floyd, Introverted, K Cooper, Montreal, Bumble D, Just Jab, Heather, Phoenix Lit, Drizzle, Juju, Brian Redmond, LA Harlem, Mike Rivera, Tommy Sotomayor, and Alex, Just Jay, Yeshaya, Naja, Aura, Yadiah, Shah, Imani, Fleetwood, Dor K, Iron, Peach Cobbler, Byron, Aaron and Mom, Butterfly, Joseph and Janae, Shakina Glory, Miss Lady, Matthew, George, Chat with Divine, Mason, Yoshi, 10 past 11, Norman, BCDC 123, Jermaine Corbett, Lawrence, Miss M, Teak, Latanya D. Sledge, Tremaine and her son, J.A. Dudley, Only Time, Mama B, Dorothy, Dante, Miss Taylor, Lapeef and the whole panel, High Risk 1, Daryl, Tierra Jewel, Nicole Watson, Jedi Master Wu, Lancelot, Miss M, Rochelle Halliburton, Definite G, Slim, 611, Mr. A, Mr. O, Black Genesis, Maggie, the substitute teacher. I am a Israelite queen. Andre Terry, Lawrence Ratano, Miss B Finesse. Miss B Finesse, you're not connected, Sweatbread. Miss B Finesse, Time Traveler, It Is What It Is, Jacob Lewis, Night Train, Darken, Billionaire Mentors Podcast, Anna Lee, Chaotic Truth, Let's Play 84 Clean Cut, Phoenix, Princess C, Princess A, Princessa, Gary S, Alan G, Eric J, Bones My Hobby, Boss Trucker, Lady Hale, Sir Hale Speaks, Truth is Never Favored, Security Boss Unsolicited, Blackman Unfiltered, The Sheila Ingram Show, Icy Lemons, Anae, The BRE, IA Lewis, Let's Play, Taylor Made, Sonny Black, E Black, Nate, George Lewis, Zach Stewart, Richard Gordonez, Brolic St. Sean, O'Shea Lennox, The Clue Channel, Big Wolf, E Daughter, King Jen, Information Man Show, Willie Dean, Shanita Richardson, Blaze Brown, Byron Podcast, Nikki, King Rich, Amanda, The Windy City, Damage, Troy Kelso, Robert Thomas, Luke Hazley, CJ and Brother Tony, Mr. Docs, Nate, Alvin Davis, Mr. Lita Gore, Chris G, Simon Jewell, Travis Savage, Kim, Ebony, Shaniqua Dupree, Riley McCann, Mona D, Alexis, W911, Detroit, Karma, Zoe, The Real Erica, Erica Black Genesis, Armand D, Mr. A, Chalk K, Melanie, Melifant, Queens Forever, 2K, Chester Splash, L. Nixon, Prince of Petty, Sleeping Beauty, Stone the Builder, Miss Storm, Farley, Nikki, Datman, Brian Jehovah, Ricky Williams, Agent Black, Common Sense, Janoir Merced, Chris G, Derek Watson Jr., Sarah J, Rob B, Mr. He Said, Mrs. She Said, Lady Novo and Family, Lynn Love, Sandy 101, Motivation from Mind, Paulo Lennon, Gordon, Ronald, Tony, Jay Chasm, Snuggles, Enya, Pasha Blaine, Shaker King, Gene, Celestial Veggie Jest, Intellectual Soapbox, Wave Face, Aaron Miller, Samuel Aquady, Sparkles, the Sean Antonio, Alan R, Sweatbread, Trash Can Ways, Elite Attorney, Lucky Marie, Randy Easter, Peach Cobbler, Jay Mills, I.A. Lewis, Kingdom Minded, Black Dust, Roy Rodriguez, I Can Cook, Furious, Ken Sean Holistic, Jay Takashi, AMF, Marcus, Over the Top, Snuggle 668, FY 100, FYE 100, You're Pushing 40, The 19-Year-Old Girl, Random Stuff, Amy Lewis, Jay, CMC Productions, Motor Love 1968, Ramsey's Red Lipstick, and Son Caleb, Crystal Woodside, Jeanette Knight, Dale Jackson, Brula Blades, Nikki Turtlehouse, Erica Murray, Strange Gnosis, Hardway, IXM, C. Poku, Crimson Samurai, Jedi Mike, OG Patrice, Just DeWitt, Love C, Selena, Black Dazzle, Risey, Tay Tay, Tyrone Church, Sexy Slim TV, Pierre Ledoux, Kobe Bell, Jamal Woodward, Provoking Thoughts, Mosaic, TJ Randolph, Ibra, The Last Saint, Bill With Me, Pillow Talk, Vaughn Bryant, David Williams, Masterpiece, Gary S., The Book of Genesis, Ardretta Wright, Miss Lady Sunday, Alan R., FFS, Randy K., Ronald Hot Boy, Jill, Chocolate Boutique, Sunflower, The Q Spot, Uncle Stu, Shelly Fallon, Nasira Wells, The Barber, C. Darius, Taylor Made, Black Vegeta, Emerged, M.E., Brittany A., Brittany B., Shannon Rawls, Mr. A., Can't Do Right, Floyd Finklier, Just a Splash, Kevin Palmer, Audacity, Courtney Lucky Rilla, Anton Daniels, Juana Chica, Health and Healing, Community Solutions, Saska, Brother Clarence, Bravo with Sheila, Daddy O, Gail Lockett, Donna Mears, Sammy McFadden, Sincerely Scorpio, Young Echo, Seeley, Jamal Morgan, What the Funk, Miss Nurse Fancy, Sarah J. Kadar, Jenny Morena, Emerge Daily, Talk with Troy, Build with Me, K. Nicole, Neo Moses, Just Right Music, Tarek Martin, ARD, Star Baby, Tyree Patterson, T. Wagger, Mr. Rucker, Andre Terry, Just Me Coconuts, Lil Podcast, Community Solutions, Raymond Gonzalez, Black Man Travels, T. Blaze, Daryl Longsheet, We Here, Bovine Breed, Spiritual Logic, The Learning Code, Mr. Learning Curve, Mr. Best in the World, Fleetwood, Mr. Black 331, K. Soul, Sheba Pisces, Von Eric, Houston, Moments with Nikki Red, Rulia B9 and Mills, Stephen Day, Big Bet Bull, Randy, Doris Myers, Ma'at Speaks, Edens. We thank you, Lord. We ask you to please protect all your servants, all those that serve you in spirit and in truth, according to your word. We ask, Lord God, to please encamp your angels around your children, for we dedicate our lives to you. We are nothing with you, without you. Our homes are yours, our families are yours, our life belongs to you. Thank you for allowing us to breathe. Thank you for allowing us to walk. Thank you for allowing us to feel you and to see you and to hear you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Last words on you,
Amen.
Mr. Best in the World 84. Last words on you, sir.
Wow. Thank you for having me up here. I'm truly grateful. Thank you for all of y'all. Thanks for Bolo for always, having this great panel, and just having these great discussions, y'all. Please continue to support him. Please continue to show him that love, and definitely send that cash app, y'all. Send that cash app love. And definitely, if you need help, you need to talk to somebody, man, he's definitely there. Reach out. Y'all see the number at the bottom. It's real. All right, y'all. Holla at him. Thank you, Bolo. Much love, brother.
Thank you. Marcus, sir. Last words on you, sir.
Hey, appreciate you, Bolo. Everybody, make sure you hit the like button, share, subscribe, leave a comment, hit the cash app. Help donate to the cause for the village. Hashtag the village and the tribe. And Mr. Bolo TV. Shout out to Mr. Bass. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. All these content creators' channels. Sister Annie, Sister Sophia, Sister Lyric, all the people in the chat land as well. And happy holidays if you celebrate these holidays, or just don't spend alone. Reach out to someone you haven't reached out to in a while, and nothing but positivity, peace, and keep up the great work, because I see all you put in the work in these YouTube streets too, just like you do in real life. So that's it.
Miss Phoenix, last words on you.
Everybody stay focused, stay blessed, and keep the Lord by your side. I turned the red chair, but somebody already picked you. You have a heavenly voice, and I pray that God continues to bless you.
Okay. Miss Anae, last words on you.
Oh, that was so nice. Thank you. One, happy birthday again, Bolo. I absolutely love you. I love Lyric. I love all of y'all. I thank you so much for not just you showing up, and Lyric, also you and Anthony T. Viz. Not just for you showing up, but the fact that in your heart you want to do it, and you want to do it not just for show. It's not for numbers. It's not with any kind of monetary or worldly reward. It's that you're truly wanting the best for each of our souls. So I'm eternally grateful for every moment that you get up early, every minute that you spend reviewing questions and stuff like that. But I don't take anything that you do for granted, and I just thank all of y'all. That's it.
Miss Lyric, last words on you.
I just truly thank you all for just embracing and embodying and allowing love to could just take you over, and then giving it right back. Like you don't hoard it for yourselves. You're like, oh, I'm getting all this information and all this love from him, and I want to give it back and I want to share it. And I just thank him for the sweet spirits that each and every person possesses, and all the just just information and intelligence that is here, that he has brought here. you know um every time I think that I know a villager, I just get surprised by something else. We always talk about how sweet Anae's spirit is, and just to add the sweetness of her voice to that. I am so overjoyed right now. Intellectual soapbox is just intelligence and just the spirit that he has, Marcus and finesse. I just keep on learning more and more and more, and I'm like, I am so in love with the village. Bolo, your raps still suck, but I'm happy that it's your birthday and everybody got to show you love, and you continue to let us come back here and just enjoy God. It is such a blessing and it's so amazing, and I'm just overwhelmed with joy and so happy for that. So I love you all.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Marcus for coming up. Thank you, brother, for coming up here and sharing with us, and being genuine. Thank you. Soapbox, you know how we do, man. Thank you for coming up here. Thank you for um getting down on the fight and having intellectual conversations that are progressive, um, not circular. And it's hard, man. When the world is so wicked and evil, it's hard to do your best to have these conversations that are going to be thought provoking and mean something and leave a thought process in someone's mind. Thank you for doing that. And thank you for continuing to do that. Phoenix, thank you for being that spark of spirit, for coming up and sharing, and always giving us blessings, always giving us your experiences, your testimony. This is, a lot of people think that this is an easy thing to do. It's not. It's not. To come up here and be genuine and open. So thank you for that. Sweat Brett, thank you for coming up. Young man growing, thank you for all the questions that you have. Although we make fun of you sometimes, keep the questions coming, please. Anae, thank you for coming up, man. Thank you for your song. Thank you for, you know, answering the questions, for being genuine, for sharing. Thank you for being diligent. Thank you. I appreciate you. Love you too. Lyric, thank you for coming up here, man. Thank you for being here. I thank the Lord that He brought you here, you and Aunt, and everyone else. Um, there's days when you're tired. There's days that you are on your way to work. There's days when you come home from work and you jump up. Either you're in the chat or you're on stage. And the knowledge that the Lord has given you, the connection, the passion that He's given you, and what you speak in, it's a beautiful and awesome thing. And I thank Him for that, for allowing us to have this time, all of us here to have this time with each other. And he was in the building. I thank him. I thank the Lord for him daily. That I'm gonna be called a simp today, and it's okay. This here brings tears to my eyes, and I'll tell you why it does. Because no one's ever seen anybody. No one's met anybody. But the love is genuine. How could that be? How could that be? That we have so many people in here that will rock out, and if someone comes in, they'll pray for them and they'll talk to them in a genuine spirit. How can that be? It's only one reason. That's because of Christ. And I'm in awe of this every testimony Friday. Every morning, I'm in awe. And you guys wake up with us. You guys are here with us, brings tears to my eyes, man, to see this. It does. You know, that the Father would allow me to witness this. To witness this, to see this happening. Again, I'm happy. I'm happy. And I just want to thank all you guys for making this happen. Thank you all for it, man. I love you all. Big Ant, love you. Lyric, love you. Village, I love you. I love all of you guys, man. Thank you for doing what y'all do, man. Thank you. I know the conversations at times gets heavy, and I know sometimes it's uncomfortable. I know it is. Especially with the big words that Lyric is always using, that I'm still trying to add to my vocabulary. They're not easy, but these conversations need to be had, and these conversations are progressive. These conversations are to grow us, to transform us. Know this, that we should not be stagnant in Christ. This is about growing. Listen, guys, I know we play and we joke, and it's good to do that because we're family. We love each other. But understand the day of the Lord is no joke. It's going to be scary, man. Hell, getting there is going to be scary. If you think it's bad now, watch what's coming down the pipeline. We're not going to be able to talk on the internet, man. The internet's going to be shut down. They're doing it now. So how do we communicate with each other? How does the Lord's children gather together? How do we know when to meet? It's called the Holy Spirit. You're not going to have no walkie-talkies, no satellite phones, no cell phones. The Holy Spirit's going to talk to you. Go here, meet here, do this here. So we got to have that connection. This is what we formed. My envision in creating the village was, yes, for the mental illness and the depression and for a place to come. Also for networking. Because there's going to be a time when we all are going to have to meet. I promise you there is. There's going to be a time we're all going to have to be around each other and be together. So I just want to thank you guys for being here tonight. Thank you. And thank you for your birthday wishes. Although I liked it, it still made me feel old. So thank you. And let me say this. My rap freestyles are getting better. Period.
They suck.
It's okay, but the people love it. I'm the people.
They're just being nice.
It's cool. You can suck. I can suck and all that. I'm the people's champ. The people love it. Because if I ask them to press 1 if they like it, or 2.
It's your channel. They're going to press 1. They're being nice.
Do you know how many times people have been rude to me on the channel?
They're still being nice.
Then you beat Bro Clarence, though? You beat Bro Clarence, right?
I shut Brother Clarence down. I didn't just beat him. I waxed him.
Oh, that is so cruel.
Man.
That was wow. Now it's cruel.
Yeah.
I don't think
he's asleep right now. He can't even defend himself.
He just texted me and said he fell asleep. He said, because I text him, because believe it or not, Brother Clarence always texts me while we on the show. That's just his. He likes to bother me. So I text him because I know he's 3 hours behind, and he said, I text him, "Are you up?" And he just fell asleep. Don't worry, I'll be through on Monday. He doesn't know I'm going to call him early in the morning. Now you can call it wicked.
Read the chat exactly, Von Eric. His raps need prayer.
What? Von Eric don't know what he's talking about, man.
But if he would have pressed 1, then he would have known what he was talking about.
BCDC press, because BCDC understands. I told you I'm ahead of my time. Y'all guys don't understand it. That's why my raps always come out 50 years in the future.
BCDC's sleepy.
Is that
he's younger than Marcus. He don't know no better.
Queen, what's going on? You heard us call you? You said your name in the prayer.
I did.
What's going on, dear?
Not much, not much. Just wanted to come through.
Hey,
Say
Queen.
hello. Hi. Oh, hi. How are you?
I miss you.
I miss you too. Good to
My
hear from
chain
you.
got repoed, so
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What you
How's
got to add
everyone
to
else
this, Queen?
doing?
What you got
Huh?
to add? What you got to add to this?
Um, what I got to add to this? Hey, look, I just thank you that, you have a space with not all the nonsense and the BS and man versus women and the nonsense, Thank you. Thank you for providing a positive space.
You're
That's all.
welcome. Well, I just got one thing to say. I'm sorry. Go ahead, doll. I'm sorry. I didn't know if you finished. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no, no, I'm done. I'm done.
You sure?
I'm done. Yep.
I got one thing to say.
No, you're not, Queen. Go ahead and say what you got to say.
I know. I know she had more to say, but I didn't want to force it.
No. I'm just, I just think it's cool. I think it's, like the things I see every day in the field I work in, I work in social service, homeless, mental health. It's not a joke, and I think we don't take um mental and emotional wellness serious, you know, and everyone feels differently around this time of year, not being displaced, being homeless, living in a car, living in shelters, not having family, you know, it's just, or, losing people, it's not a joke. So thank you. Thank you for the prayer. I heard my name. I was like, okay, I'm being shout out on these YouTube streets. Okay. That's
She
it.
not she not gonna say what she really want to say. She's been calling me and bothering me all week. Can you talk to Bolo? Can you talk to Bolo? Can you
Bolo,
talk to
yeah, I
Bolo?
want, I know Mr. 84 intellectual has been talking to you. I
Right.
really want to,
Here's my number.
collab.
I'll put my number in the back chat. Holla at me.
Okay.
394. I got one thing I want to say, and then we can call it a night. Um, Lyric, are you here? Lyric?
I refuse to answer because I know you're about to rap.
What am I? No, I just had something to say. I'm not gonna rap.
I don't believe you.
Oh my
Get him,
goodness.
Bolo.
Lyric, I just have. Are you here?
No.
Oh, yeah. What you see is what you get. You better understand. I be the guy that they call the Mike Bolo man. I be the hella fine, the terrific guy. People gotta get a that one is coming out 8866 at 55 o'clock. Cop it. All right. So
Yeah.
get that.
Mm, 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 mm.
Nah, but thank you guys for being here, man. It was awesome to have everybody on the panel. And I'm gonna give myself the lyric bang bang.
Bang, 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 bang.
You know that's her saying bang bang, right?
Do not believe that, guys. That is not me.
Listen to it again.
Bang, 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 bang.
That's you. That is you.
That is not me. It's not.
Bang, 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 bang.
You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, guys, thank you for being here, man. Thank you. Now that's not really her. I know she gets upset when I say that. Now that's not really her. Sounds like her though. But now that I said that, now I'm gonna say that is her. Guys, a few announcements. For Christmas and for New Year's, we will be broadcasting, right? Because we know that there will be men and women that are by themselves. And again, we know how, these holidays, when they come around, it's real strong on those that are alone, those that just think no one cares. So we will be broadcasting with an open link. So if you want to come up and just talk, we can do that. No specific topic. So we will be doing that for New Year's and for Christmas. If you need a Bible, please email me your address and your name, and we will send it to you free, no charge. Everything is on the village. And if you want to talk, you see the number in the bottom, 347-394-5954. Holla. One of us will pick up. Give us a few days to get back to you. With that being said, everybody, good night. Love you all. Thank you for being here. Oh, before I forget, support Intellectual Soapbox channel, support M3's channel, support It's Knowledge and Relationships, support Uncle Stu's channel, support Brother Clarence channel, support SB's channel, man. How can I forget? Security Boss, support our channel, man. These are channels that are pouring into people, man. Not no circular conversations. Supporting, there's a few more I'm forgetting, but support these channels, please. Just if you want to grow, that's what this is about. A lot of the times we mistake movement for progress, and it's not. So with that being said, guys, have a blessed night. And Lord willing, we might do something on Sunday. I don't know, but
Do you want to try the Discord? Did you guys? I don't know. Did you download the app?
Let me just get this in. Support Brava Sheila's channel too. So forgot. I'm sorry. You were saying the doors. I downloaded it. Everybody, please download the Discord app. And why is that? Because soon we're going to start going through lessons, biblical lessons, right? Because there are lessons that you need to understand.
Exegete. Right? We get to exegete the scriptures now.
Oh, here we go. Okay, hold on. Let me get it up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. Go ahead, Lyric.
No, I'm just saying, I think, are you guys ready for a Bible study? Like a real Bible study? We're going through the reads and stuff now, and we kind of just share thoughts and inspirational wording behind the reads. But now we kind of want to get into Bible study where you can get those pens and papers out, take notes, ask questions. You'll be able to do that, and we could communicate well here, but on Discord, everybody can talk, everybody can put in their questions, and it kind of flows easier than being in the chat. It doesn't have a delay. So if you haven't downloaded the app for Discord, it is free, and it is able to go on Android and Apple. It's free for both. So download it, and then now that Bolo has his download, you'll be able to follow him, and then when he sends that link out, you can just click on it. You'll be able to talk, chat, ask questions, all that good stuff during the Bible study. So,
because you have to understand, simultaneity sometimes creates exilic relationships, and the manifestations of the amalgamations on this planet revolves around the earth subtuagently to the paucity of the birds. And if the birds on the onomatopoeia ask you to imbue the permit that word, and the extramagicularly decompose because doctrinal cerebral.
The word is paucity, and stop it. You guys, he's sleepy.
So, I just broke all of that down. Y'all didn't even understand it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Let me do it this way. Oh, check this out. Simultaneity, exilic manifestations, amalgamations. Sometimes it's frustration, subtuagent paucity on an onomatopoeia view. You decompose. I don't know them damn words. It's coming out 88.99 at 6:00 p.m. Cop it. Okay. So Lyric doesn't like when I do that. But guys, yeah, definitely. We're going to be going through some scriptures. We're going to be going through lessons, right? Because, we do the readings, and it's awesome that we do the readings. And it's awesome that we go through some things on Wednesday and Friday, but there's a lot more to it that we have to go through. And YouTube, with the things we're going to go into, YouTube will shut us down. They will shut us down because it's going to get deep. So with that being said, please download the Discord and we'll make it happen. Yes, sooner or later I will drop a gospel rap. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on it. But guys, have a blessed night. Thank you all for being here. Love you all. See you Sunday, Lord willing. Have a blessed night, guys.
Okay, love you guys. Bye.
Good night. Love you guys. Later.
Take care.
Later.
Bye.